wins or loses. It only determines the margin of victory. Yeah. And Amari said for them, that means that shows the emphasis on defense.
They don't get enough credit for who they are on that end of the floor.
Yeah.
Because they are an elite defensive team and capable of absolutely shutting you down and doing it different ways. So but that's where it does start.
Yeah. Boy, Nate and the players, with everything that's going on off the court and been written and said about this team, they finally look like they started to have a little bit of joy and fun in the first two games. And then at the news conference up here in the shoot around, knowing that they still feel remorseful and thinking and praying of other people, they seem to be starting to enjoy this journey a little bit.
I think part of it is just taking a deep breath, and the grind of winning the regular season is out of the way. That's done. Then you validated it, if not that it needed it, by winning the conference tournament, and now go play.
Yep.
And they're playing really, really well.
Yeah. This has been fun.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, love you, brother.
Love y'all too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you inviting me. Appreciate how good you've always been to me. Friends for as long as we've known each other, but to have the chance to come hang out with you and do this at a time that's really special for all of us, for y'all to be successful enough to be able to take a show on the road, but for me to be here doing what I'm doing and get to hang out, spend some time with y'all, I really do appreciate it.
All right. And thank you to the fine folks at O'Shea's. I mean, this is a family.
Met Tim yesterday. Ain't it Tim O'Shea?
There's a Tim.
Yeah, met Tim. He told me.
We met Alex O'Shea yesterday. We met Patrick O'Shea.
Whose name's on the building. I mean, it's a legit family. It's not just some name.
Literally O'Shea.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much to Precision Sports, for Michelson Laser Vision, and the wonderful folks at JohnsonRVCenter.com. We'll be having more content leading up to the game, after the game tonight, throughout the weekend. Another live show coming up tomorrow morning here from O'Shea's, and then hopefully some more pregame and postgame stuff happening Sunday around the Crimson Tide if they make it to the Elite Eight. 5:37, I think, is the official tip time tonight as they get rolling. The Tide and San Diego State on the Crimson Tide Sports Network and on TBS. So we're back with you for this part of us, our live show 9 to 1 on Monday. Until next time, from Louisville, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get into the bracket challenge punishment at the end of this first segment and how it all settled out, because most people's brackets are wrecked. 37 out of the millions that do ESPN.com had this Final Four, which tells you they did more than one bracket.
No doubt.
Nobody did one bracket with this Final Four. We'll get into what we saw yesterday, the Final Four coming up, UAB and the NIT. We'll talk some football, both NFL and college. But we start with the disappointment of Alabama. Best team in program history, something we'll debate later in the show. But they had the potential as the number one overall to still be dancing. But they go down way back on Friday when we were in Louisville. And it's nothing short of one of the biggest disappointments in Alabama sports history.
I think it is the biggest disappointment. Look, I haven't lived through all these years. But for Alabama fans, there was... To me, once you saw the way the bracket laid out, it was going to be really difficult for Alabama not to get to Houston. And, just getting to Houston, I think if you lose in Houston, Alabama can look back and they can, we've achieved the most wins in team history. We went to the first ever Final Four. There are so many positives to build on. But to lose in the Sweet 16 with that team, and we said this all along, when Bama's hitting their threes, they're unbeatable. But the way for Alabama to lose games, turnovers 14, and to shoot their way out of a game, which they did, 3 of 27, 11% behind the arc.
I would love to, because I really want to take some time to think about this one on the biggest disappointment in Alabama sports history, to come back to that.
Absolutely.
I'd love to, because I'd like to.
Let's do one of our great top 5. We'll all come up with our top 5 biggest disappointment in Alabama sports history.
But if you step back and look at this just from the disappointment of this season, everything fell into place. You were the overall number 1 seed. A lot of metrics pointed at you as being the best. You get to start in Birmingham. You get a short trip to Louisville, good trip for your fans. Friday night, I was asked on Twitter, I guessed 8,000 to 10,000 Alabama fans in the building.
It was more than everybody else combined.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and 50-50 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and had Alabama won, the Alabama fans that were going to come up for the Sunday game, they were going to take that building over. So you had all that going for you. You had the opportunity to make it to the Final Four by never playing anything better than a 5 seed. And when you got to the Final Four, a 9 seed was waiting on you. I mean, it was
never better.
It was a street of gold.
So what
I just don't know how it could have set up better for you.
So what went wrong? This is the hard part of doing a Monday show after a Friday afternoon loss virtually. It's been a long time. It seems like that game was forever ago. So what went wrong? You go with 3-point shooting. I'll give you one stat more than 3-point shooting, because they've won some games where they've only hit 3 or 4 3-pointers. That Arkansas game at home is one of them where they had exactly 3. They had 0 fast break points.
That's hard to believe.
0.
Yeah.
San Diego State controlled the pace of the game. 0 fast. San Diego State had 8 fast break points. It was not a fast-paced game.
No.
0 fast break points.
And exactly how Brian Dutcher wanted to play this.
No
And
doubt.
I got a text from somebody yesterday in the middle of San Diego State and Creighton, and they did the exact same thing to Creighton. And I didn't realize, and I sent back the text, was win or lose, this defense is beyond legitimate. I mean, I had no idea their defense was that good. Yeah, it was good in the Mountain West. But when it got to this tournament, what it was able to do to teams like Alabama, and this is kind of weird. I don't know if you guys realize this. Charleston shot 32% against them. Furman shot 32% against them. Alabama shot 32%.
That is weird. Don't tell me Creighton did too.
No, Creighton was a little better. They were 40%, but they were only 28% in the second half. But Brandon Miller, arguably the greatest Alabama player, at least in 1 year, I'll still give him most talented. He ain't the greatest, because on a stage like that, when you go 3 of 19 and turn it over 6 times, you just can't do it.
You need your best player to play at least a good game to win that. Alabama lost it, by the way, if you happen to miss the score, 71-64 back on Friday.
So, Bob Ritchie, the Furman head coach, not Kid Rock, came on the show the other day and said, hey, here's what surprised us. We knew that they were a tall team. We knew they were tall. What surprised us when we got out and saw them was how big they were, how wide they were, how thick they were. So you and I walked down on the court before the game, and Lance, it looked like a football team in basketball uniforms.
It really did as they ran out.
They are big.
Hey, and they took the fight to Alabama. That was the disappointing part to me. Even though Bediako still had, was it a double-double when it was all said and done?
Yeah, 10 and 7.
Yeah, it was not a great game for him.
10 and 7, but he didn't play a great game.
No.
You can't find anybody that played a great game. Quinterly getting to the basket, but it seemed like every time he got to the basket, what has been either a foul or a bucket for him ended up being a block shot most often than not. Those guys had scouted his release point and was there waiting on that shot every time he drove.
Didn't stop him from trying.
No.
He continued to try.
And I was blown away, but then I'm thinking at the same time, well, they can't hit a three.
Yeah, what else you gonna do?
I don't know offensively what you're going to do at this point.
Yeah. So let's get a little reaction. Brandon Miller, who likely played his last game at Alabama, had this to say from our friends at ABC 3340 up in Louisville right after the contest.
Definitely tough, just playing around these guys. I mean, working hard every day in practice. So, I mean, to fall short, I think it's a bad feeling now, but I feel like our bond is too close to, to break. So I feel like after this, we're probably just going to go and make our bond even stronger. I'm pretty sure we're going to have somebody in someone's weddings and in the future. So, I mean, it's just a bond that you can't break.
Yeah, so a close relationship there for Brandon Miller. Talking about his teammates, he's likely off to the NBA. No official announcement yet, though everyone expects him to go. He was 1 of 10 from three-point land. He didn't score in the first round, so just not a great NCAA tournament for him. And for Alabama now, 9 trips to the Sweet 16 in program history. They're now 1 and 8 all time in the Sweet 16. Wimp never got past there. Mark Godfrey got through it once. Nate Oates now 0-2 in the Sweet 16. So he's picked up that Alabama tradition that he did not want to pick up. And most people would say, God, those two, it was an 11 seed UCLA team, right, that beat him? I think it was.
Was it?
I think it was, in 2021. I think it was an 11 seed UCLA team. Named Brand, but still, an 11 seed. It's a tough outs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I do want to go back to Brandon Miller because I don't want to gloss over, as much as we've praised how well he's played this year, and he has. You said a poor NCAA tournament. It is a historically poor NCAA tournament. It's not just that Brandon Miller had a bad tournament. Brandon Miller, one of the best players we've ever seen wear a uniform in this conference, had historically the worst scoring and shooting NCAA tournament you can have. So he is now at 19.5% shooting, 8 of 41, the worst of any player to take at least 35 attempts in the tournament since 1985. I'll say that again. Brandon Miller's shooting performance of any player that's taken at least 35 shots in an NCAA tournament since 1985. The reason they started 1985, that was the institution of the three-point line.
Right.
It's the worst in NCAA tournament.
Wow.
That's as bad as it gets.
I don't know the answer to this. It could be Mark Sears. It could be Quinterly. But I would bet that Brandon Miller led this team in turnovers.
Oh, it's got to be.
In the tournament?
No.
In the season.
The season.
Yeah. Well, Brown can look that up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'll get that real quick.
Yeah, just season stats on turnover. I would say it's got to be one of the guards. It's got to be Mark Sears.
I just remember a lot of 5-4-5 turnover games.
Maybe so, because he did have 6 in this one to lead the way. Thanks for the first 100 messages in our chat room over there. Mr. B, God, it blew by so quick. I was about to he had a good point.
I can go back.
Yeah, go back.
I think Miller injury, the injuries.
the
okay,
injury.
So he says, I think the Miller injury was more serious than what the publisher was led to believe. I don't know who the publisher is. Oh, Public. He changed it to Public. Yes, gotcha.
I get asked about that injury. I got asked about it at church. Was it worse than I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not Brandon Miller.
It didn't seem worse than Marcus Sasser. Not that Sasser's around. It only took them another couple of hours to get balanced.
More on that in a second.
Such a weird tournament.
Yeah.
But, Sasser looked really banged up, at least round one for Houston. And then he was able to play so well against Auburn in that second half. So I never really saw Brandon never look gimped up, did he?
He didn't. I mean,
he never did.
He played well.
Not as bad as Sasser ever.
No. He played well in that SEC tournament, well enough that I don't think the injury was the factor. I mean, maybe it affected some, but I mean, the guy was moving fine. It looked like he was moving fine.
Ultimately, it was a really great defense. Milkman 256, who always criticizes us for never, not saying nice enough things about Alabama, comes back with, and they got out-rebounded. I think Alabama out-rebounded them by about 4, but it was pretty even.
They did. Yeah, Bama did out-rebound.
Now, back to Lance's question. Brandon Miller did lead the team this year with 81 turnovers. Quinterly had 75, Sears 70, Bradley 67. Those are your leaders there. The guys that touch the ball more than anyone, obviously, are going to lead. But he did lead the team in turnovers. I mean, that's a fact.
I'll tell you what the most surprising thing is, because, UConn, I will put them in the mix now, and I think we talked about this weekend. UConn is going to win this tournament. You like my absolutes with how this tournament is played out?
I got a stab for you.
I'm not going. If you're fishing for a steak from me, you're not going to get it.
But I think they're the 3 best teams in college basketball this year: Alabama, Houston, and UConn.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That's the way I would go. But when Alabama got up 9 with 11.5 to go, that game to me was over because San Diego State was going to have a hard time scoring points. And San Diego State, you talk about the fast break points, and I don't know this for a fact, but it seemed like they were getting them left and right.
Yeah, they had 8, so they didn't have a ton.
Okay.
But it looked left and right considering Alabama had 0.
And maybe it was because it was late in the game.
That little free throw line floater, it just killed Alabama. It was so bizarre that was the shot that buried Alabama.
Friend of mine who played basketball at Alabama, we were texting during the game. He said Alabama really doesn't practice defense on that shot enough because Alabama's a 3-point drive to the basket team. So that 5 when you're playing in practice, you don't play that little 5-foot bunny jump. But what's another team that beat Alabama with that this year? Gonzaga. They were a bazillion % from 5 feet.
Yep.
And that little no man area on the Nate Oates style of play on the defensive side ended up killing Alabama. That little 5-foot two-point jumper.
It was there the entire second half. Every time San Diego State needed a bucket.
Didn't work for them against UConn. They got their heads locked off.
Hey, tell us about our friends at Harbin's Outdoors, and then we'll jump in to some more of what is going on.
Yeah, I might be reaching out to Jeremy on a completely different subject today because I might be moving.
What?
And if I move, then I am going to want a pool. So I was looking at the space yesterday, the house we were actually looking at, and it's got potential. So I'm going to call up Jeremy because one-stop shop. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or you can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
This whole first hour, we'll jump into a bunch of headlines, your best and worst of the weekend coming up. Richard Hendrix, our first guest, to start hour number 2 at 10 o'clock. But let's go to what we saw of the teams that were still alive yesterday trying to make it to the Final Four, to what I think it will not go down as one of the worst calls in NCAA basketball tournament history. And Clark Kellogg was so over the top defending the official postgame in this that our man Charles Barkley just shut up. He refused to talk. He did not want to get into the conversation on just how bad of a foul call it is. And it wasn't that it wasn't a foul in the San Diego State Creighton game. It wasn't that wasn't a foul. It was that you can't officiate. We always say you've got to make a call in the last 10 seconds that you would have made in the first half.
That's right.
But on the flip side of that, you can't call something in the final 10 seconds that you haven't called the entire game.
True.
It was a street brawl, just like Alabama San Diego State was. It was a street brawl. It was holding and pushing, and guys in the air were getting adjusted in the air and touched and fouled the entire game. And then you let that call be made to decide the game at the end. Hats off to McDermott of Creighton for not just physically assaulting someone.
Oh, and he could kill somebody.
Yeah,
that guy's huge. Yeah.
Trammell, in most situations, yes, it's a foul. I agree with you, though. There had only been 15 free throws before Trammell takes those 2 final free throws. And, boy, when he missed the first one, I was like, this thing's going overtime.
Yeah. And there's a still shot that Lunsford has up for us. That's a foul. I understand that. That's a foul. He's in the air. that's a foul. But it wasn't the foul the way you called it the entire game.
Yeah, there were
That's right.
15 instances of that throughout the game that weren't called.
Oh, more than that probably. More. It was probably exactly that 15 times. There was body contact on almost every shot in the game. And that's the way San Diego State plays. That's the way Tennessee plays. There are a lot of teams that play defense that way. They get up in your grill, and when you've got the officials who let you play like that, why would you not play that way? It just restricts everybody on their ability to score points and their movement on the court. But then you don't turn around and call that at the end, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was absolutely shocked that they called that. I was trying to get out of the house to run an errand, so I was waiting on that. And I was like, oh, my gosh, I'm going to have to sit around for another 20 minutes for overtime. And then they were like, oh, wait, there's a foul. And then you saw Creighton's players react looking at the official like, you've got to be kidding that you're going to decide this game on that call.
Yeah, and I just was beside myself on that call.
And I hated
Do you
it for
agree?
Greg
Bad
McDermott.
call?
I mean, bad call because, like you said, the way you've officiated the game.
That's
like
right.
if you've called that all day, I'm like, okay, it's a foul.
Yeah.
But if you haven't called that all day, if you've allowed the game to play differently, and then in the last, under a minute, you put the screws down and we're going to call everything, well, that's not how you've called the game because, I think that is so important. It's like pitching in baseball. If you tell both pitchers, I'm going to give you the outside corner by the way you call the game, and then we get to the seventh inning and all of a sudden you take the outside corner away, well, that's not fair to either pitcher, right? Because you've called it one way, you've established this is a strike in this game. So the same for basketball officiating. In the first 5-6 minutes, you get to send the message of, here's what we're allowing in this game, here's what we're not allowing. The good coaches, the McDermotts and the Dutchers, they're able to adjust and say, okay, if this is allowed, this is how we're going to play the game.
And Kenny and Charles tried to explain that on the post game that, hey, you as players, you adjust early on.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you're going to call that a foul. I can't do it later in the game. I can't do that in this game. Same way with football with DBs and wide receivers.
It's any sport, yeah.
Okay.
Any sport where there's officials.
That's right. Okay, you're going to let us get away with this today. Well, don't change it at the end,
Yeah.
right? Well, this is what we're going to play.
If I can ride the receiver 15 yards downfield, I'm going to do it the whole game if you're not going to flag it in the first half. Don't start flagging it late in the fourth quarter just because it's a key drive, right?
Yeah, I'm right, or you're right about Greg McDermott having a lot of class and basically said we're not going to go there when he talked about the officials. And he said, look, it wasn't just one play that beat us. And going back to how bad Alabama was shooting the three, they were the exact same percentage. They were 2 of 17, 11%.
Yeah.
They shot their way out of a game, and you got to give San Diego State all the credit. I mean, their defense. I mean, I heard the term yesterday. It was like getting blood out of a rock.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand that. Hey, by the way, Pac-12 or Big 12, what are you waiting on with San Diego State? Now they're in the Final Four. That basketball program, since Fisher got there, has been there pretty consistently.
New football stadium.
New football stadium. What are you waiting on, Big 12 or Pac-12? Somebody jump on that really quick. Mountain West is there. Conference USA, Florida Atlantic is there. Well, maybe some of you will do that in best and worst of the weekend coming up. Not really a big fluke. If you watch Florida Atlantic, they've won more games than anybody. UConn looks really good, and there's Miami, who, by the way, I thought there was going to be a bad call in the Miami-Texas game that cost Miami. There's no way it's a foul on that guy. He's going straight up for the rebound. I know you can't come over the back of somebody, but you can jump straight up, and once I'm in the air, you can't back under me and cut my legs like that. That guy cut his legs out. That should have been they ended up calling that. They got that right.
Settle down, Joe.
No, I was just saying.
I just can't.
Everybody, at first it looked like they were calling it on the Miami guy, and they changed that one. They went back and got that one right.
Texas up 13. Texas, this Miami team, I talked about them a couple of months ago. They had Final Four potential. It all finally came together, and now we start to learn about, how much NIL has been poured into this program.
That's right.
I mean, these guys are making a lot of money on Miami, so it makes sense that they're having success. But I hate it for Rodney Terry, because I was wondering if they were waiting on, hey, Chris Del Conte, if we win this, we cut down the nets, we get to the locker room, we tell them he's your full-time coach. Now do they have an excuse not to make him full-time coach?
We'll see. That's a lot to get to over the next 4 hours of the show, and we'll jump into all of this. A couple more things to do here, including our friends at MyBookie can get you into the women's game today or the Final Four coming up this weekend.
And the NIT, UAB a 2.5-point favorite over Utah Valley coming up in the NIT out in Vegas Tuesday night. Early lines, San Diego State favored 1.5 at MyBookie.ag. UConn favored 5.5 at MyBookie.ag in the Saturday games. So all those games, including Major League Baseball, by the way, starts Thursday. Don't let it sneak up on you. Thursday, Major League Baseball. All those games
No.
right there, huh?
I thought it was Sunday. It's
Thursday, Jim.
Are they playing like in a foreign country?
They're playing like Thursday. No, everybody plays on Thursday. I say everybody. It's a full slate of games.
So on this Thursday?
Am I right about that?
Yeah,
it's
you
this
are.
Thursday. Okay,
Wow.
Jim is making me doubt myself, but I feel pretty certain on this, Jim.
Well, you really didn't. You had to
No, only because you were like
White
no.
Sox and I'm trying to remember.
White Sox and Astros.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's a full slate on Thursday. Braves, Nationals, Giants, Yankees.
Yeah. All right.
Your Rays. I mean, such a big Rays fan. Don't even they play Thursday. They play the Tigers, the Tigres.
Oh, it's a good place to start.
That's right. You start at home there. So good. All right. Anyway, all those games right there.
If you're wondering where 9,670 people will be in Tampa on Thursday,
They'll
it'll be at the Tigers game.
Season opener, everybody. MyBookie.ag. When you go there, code next round, and when you sign up, you're eligible for a sign-on bonus up to $2,000. And there's a no strings attached sign-on bonus. It's not one of those where you got to bet it a ton of times for it to become yours. It is yours and yours right away and forever at mybookie.ag. Code next round for that. Code next round at mybookie.ag. Whether you're just looking for fun, whether you're looking to make a little, whether you just want some interest in the game, it's right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
All right, so the bracket challenge is over, right? Because I had UConn, but I didn't have them winning anything in the Final Four. You guys had how many Final Four teams?
that'd be zero, none
Zero
whatsoever.
Final
I had
Four teams.
Texas as bastards.
Yeah, so you had 0 Final Four. I had UConn in there. So
Look at that.
Lunsford had
Nice.
UConn.
Like
Carnage.
Blood out of a rock.
Yeah. So Lunsford wins the whole TNR, but he's not, part of the bracket challenge. So technically, I win my first ever one. I think it's the first time I've ever won one.
On the show, yeah?
Yeah, on the
I
show.
think, though, if Texas would have won, which they didn't, I think I would have passed you. I think.
You
so
got
too.
tied for first one year, didn't you?
Yeah.
I did.
I don't know if
I
you ever mentioned that.
I
He
lost that
mentions that.
stingy tiebreaker and had to do stand-up comedy,
Right.
considered by some still to be the hardest punishment ever.
By some.
What about the calendar? That's the hardest punishment.
Right. I will tell you, I mean, as bad as I wanted Alabama to win, which was a lot, when they lost, Maggie says, "How upset are you?" And I said, "I'm upset, but the thing that has bothered me now for a month is now off my shoulders. I am not going to have to take my shirts and or pants off for a calendar." So that had weighed heavy on me. So LT did not lose either, right? So as Jim Nance would say, a tradition unlike any other.
Hello, friends.
Brown loses again.
Yeah, I beat Taylor, who I don't think watches any games that don't involve Auburn. So I got that going for me. That was a pretty bad performance by me. I'm not going to lie.
No, look, Forster thought I was throwing this thing to USC. Now you go back and look at the Final Four.
Yeah.
USC would have been maybe one of the more likely teams to be in this Final
They'd
Four.
call this almost a blue blood at that
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
It'd be great. It'd be dying for USC.
So Brown's punishment was supposed to be Testicle Festival.
Well, technically, it is the testicle.
it is,
festival.
as of right now.
But I was trying to pitch him while we were at the Yum Center still, and for about 5 of 6 hours on the drive back on Saturday, that why don't we take it to the people? Do we want to go Testicle Festival, or you choose one or the other, the calendar or the music video? And Brown instantly says, "No, I'm good with the Testicle Festival," which I instantly said, "Well, that tells me you do not think that punishment is that bad."
No. It's I've never said I got a worse punishment than the calendar.
Yeah.
Okay. But the people have spoken, and I'm supposed to go to Testicle Festival.
As Michael says, those calendars could pay for kids' college, man. We're going to give the proceeds to charity.
I got the hint from Lance. We could also make money on charity on this. I got the hint from Lance. He's down to do the country music with me.
Yeah. Well, I saw our friend Brittany again over the weekend at a local brewery, and she was like, "I'm 100% down." She said she would help write the song.
Brittany Decker of
Yeah.
WVTM 13.
Help write the song, backup vocals, and guitar.
I mean,
So wait a second. So all of a sudden, Brittany's writing it. There's no pun.
Help running the song.
help, Jim, help.
And play guitar.
My gosh. I mean, I'll write the lyrics. I just need somebody to come up with a tune to go with it. And Brittany, I think, can do that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then you could jump in. See, I view this.
I want to be part of the ghostwriter. I've got a couple of things that I want to add.
I view this as kind of a big and rich type thing. I'll do the country part, and you can jump in and do like country rap.
Yeah, I don't think that I really.
I'll let's say, since I won, if we're doing a team effort on the video, I would like just a cameo appearance in the video, like with big diamond rings and a fur coat on.
So everybody's involved.
And a crown.
We talked about putting Dunaway in a crown and robe and scepter because he was the king of the bracket.
And a lot of diamond rings and maybe a big number 1 diamond chain around my neck.
So I mean,
women on my arms.
Yeah, of course.
Make it a real fantasy.
So I'm if it's what the people want, I want what the people want. So either Testicle Festival or country music video. Okay. I'm willing to do either one.
Okay, so let's throw that to the let's see what the listeners think. Taylor, throw it out there. Should we stick with Brown's Testicle Festival or do a group effort of LT and Brown coming up with a country music video and song and performing that and doing a video where Jim makes a cameo as the champion, which I'm really into there.
Yeah, everybody says I found a way. Look, I really don't care. Here's what I can do. How about I direct the video, Brown?
Well, I want you. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah,
and I can help write the song. I don't have to perform it all. You guys are going to be missing nothing. But I've already got ideas for the video.
Okay.
All right. Throw that out there. That'll be a Bud Light poll question. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our friends at Bud Light. When we come back, we'll jump to best and worst of the weekend and talk about everything else. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 huge topics I want to get to today. Will we have time? Richard Hendrix, our first guest, coming up at 10 Central to start hour number 2. This is the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Back Back with you on the next round part of the show today, being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. LT and the guys will be out at trivia again coming up this Wednesday night. Hope you had a chance to get out and enjoy the weather this weekend before the rain came at Odie's using their patio.
Yeah, I was actually at Odie's on Saturday night for a little bit. Great crowd as usual. The ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's going to be all next round on Wednesday night. Our good friend Will Haver is going to be out of town, so it will be me, Rocky, Ryan Brown. Come join us. We'll get started a little after 8 o'clock. Enjoy some of the great food, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, UAB's in the NIT semifinals coming up Tuesday night down in Vegas against Utah Valley. You can watch that 8:30 on ESPN2. The guys are at Orleans Arena today, a shoot around and a little media opportunity there. A lot of people in their best and worst of the weekend talking about Alabama, of course, as their worst of the weekend. 31-6 on the season. SEC champions in the regular season, SEC tournament champions and the number 1 overall seed. But they come up short on making the Final Four, which has Florida Atlantic and San Diego State playing each other in Houston for the first game on Saturday, and then UConn and Miami in the second game. UConn's the new favorite to win the national championship, minus 125. Next is San Diego State at plus 360. Big gap there.
Big gap there. Man, the way their defense is playing right now, who knows? I saw that Florida Atlantic opened as a 1.5-point underdog, and it's gone up a little bit. I'm trying to find that.
I gave it just a second ago. What did I say? I think still 1.5.
Yeah,
Okay.
From our friends at mybookie.ag,
still
where we get our lines.
I don't know how I feel about that game. I mean, Florida Atlantic is legitimate.
They are. So all year long, what have I been giving you guys? What do you guys love? You asked for
old KenPom.
The old KenPom, right?
There's only how many? Any teams?
Again, adjusted defense, top 25, adjusted offense, top 40. Every national champion since he's been tracking this, which goes back to 2002, excuse me. So 20 years now, every national champion has fit into that window. One
team.
UConn.
UConn's the only team.
UConn's 11th defense, 3rd offense. Now, the next closest is FAU, oddly.
UConn, the way they're playing right now, I mean, they've beat their first 4 opponents by 22 points per game on average. I mean, they're killing people.
Dusty May, who should have won some National Coach of the Year awards, maybe
in hindsight,
maybe
yes.
we'll get some now afterwards, was a UAB assistant here, 2007 through 2009 on Mike Davis's coaching staff back in the day, and also was with Mike White in his time, and that's where he got really his jump start into being a head coach now. So Dusty May has Florida Atlantic and San Diego State, but everyone is talking about this is the craziest, worst bracket of all time. I don't know how your bracket looked, but this isn't the craziest since we've started seeding teams. This is the second highest average seeded Final Four. The worst was 2011.
Who do we have?
And I think we forget about that. We had a 3 seed, a 4 seed, an 8 seed, and an 11 seed playing for the national championship. Wait for it. Also in Houston.
Interesting. Boy, Houston
but I'll
can't
tell you
catch a
the
break.
difference is you had name brands there.
You had 2 name brands in UConn and UK. Now you just have UConn. And I'm not sure we put UConn as a name brand really back then. But UK, Kentucky, was a 3 seed. UConn was a 4 seed. Butler was an 8 seed. VCU was an 11 seed. And the 8 and 11, remember, played each other in one semifinal, and UK and UConn played in the other. And that's where we got to the great Butler game. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, UConn, I see what you're saying. That was Kevin Ollie's UConn when you say they're not a blue blood. I mean, historically, the Jim Calhoun years, they were, but that was the Kevin Ollie UConn iteration. I mean, it's a tremendous basketball program. It's weird that they have been in both of these, right?
Right.
With different coaches, obviously. I just think it's a little bit of the names on the jerseys that people are saying this. The fact that you've got a Florida Atlantic in there. Doesn't matter if they're an 8 seed, 9 seed, 2 seed, or 12 seed. It's Florida Atlantic. We're not used to seeing them in this situation.
Right.
We're not used to seeing Conference USA teams in the Final Four. It just doesn't happen.
You're right. To your point, we had an 8 seed in the Final Four. In fact, in the national championship game last year.
But what was the name of the jersey?
It just happened to be North Carolina.
That's right. So you don't bat an eye at that.
You go back to 2021, we had an 11 seed.
Yeah.
It just happened to be UCLA.
That's right. So you don't bat an eye when the names on the jerseys are different. But I think even San Diego State is an off-brand for. I mean, it should be. What has San Diego State ever done in basketball?
Yeah.
I mean, they've had a few good teams.
But what was their seed?
They were 5.
They were 5
seed.
seed. Yeah.
So-
So
Do- do-
those 8 and 11 that had name brands on their jerseys, technically not as big of a wild. They were bigger wild card to be where they've been the last couple of years than San Diego State, who was a 5 seed. He had an 8 seed Carolina playing for the championship last year, and had an 11 seed UCLA the year before that.
The biggest dog is Florida Atlantic. I don't know if you guys adopt a team at this point. I'll be pulling for Florida Atlantic.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't. I mean, I have zero rooting interest. Dusty May seems like a good story.
I mean, just imagine a team from CUSA winning the national championship. A lot of people in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room are saying this would be the lowest ratings ever for a Final
I
Four.
think it absolutely will. Yeah, TV ratings will not be good
if
for
Texas would have gotten there.
Yeah, it helps.
I don't know. I mean, but for instance, if Alabama was there, it wouldn't have helped the ratings that much because Alabama doesn't draw the ratings that you had last year with North Carolina and Duke.
No,
right?
it's going to be. I mean, for anybody that cares about TV ratings, it's going to be low.
Yeah. By the way, those numbers are harder to get every year because people are watching less and less on television.
More and more competition on TV. And you're playing. Look, I mean, you got 2 Miami teams, and half the people at that time will be at the club, the other half will be in bed. I mean, it is. I don't know even how it's going to rank in Miami. So it is going to be bad TV ratings for anybody that cares about that. If you like the non-name brands, if you don't like the Blue Bloods, this is your Final Four. You need to soak this one up, I think. And I was wrong, by the way. That was still a Jim Calhoun team in 2011. Ollie's was in 14. So my bad on that. But UConn is the closest thing to a blue blood you got.
Well, I think they're pretty. I mean, this would be their 5th national championship.
Yeah, it's
I
a
mean,
good program.
It's a good number.
Yeah, which is a great number. Considering I come from a state that's had one Final Four team ever. NASCAR is coming back to Talladega. Brownie, tell us about them, and we'll get into best and worst of the weekend as well.
The 2023 Geico 500 weekend starts April 21. That's Friday, of course. Goes through Sunday, April 23rd. You can get your weekend experience right now, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Stay connected with Talladega Superspeedway on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, at Talladega for all the latest Speedway news. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Okay, I want you to hear from Nate Oates here in just a second after the game. But, my best of the weekend is that, sometimes when you have plans for a weekend, those plans change, right?
Right, mine did this weekend.
I had planned on being in Louisville until late Sunday night, maybe getting back as early as this morning right into the show. I got back Saturday, ended up having a great weekend at the house.
Went to dinner with my wife Saturday night. Had not planned on that.
Yeah, Brown and I had a great ride back, battling the wind. Just fun times.
Jim's a little exhausting to ride with, honestly. I know y'all criticize my driving. But
Really?
Well, he's a little more careful, though.
Oh, a lot more careful.
Yeah.
And comments on Jim. Here's the one thing Dunaway loves to do. This is a Dunaway move right here.
Wait,
Brown likes to ride people's asses.
By the way, and I pointed this out to him on the way back. I said, I waited until we were almost back here to drop the equipment off on Saturday. But, my average speed, Brown, was 84 to 90 all the way up there and all the way back. Lucky I didn't get a ticket. You have a problem with the pace I was driving?
No, not at all. Pace is fine.
Okay.
It's you're nervous about everything. Like a truck, moves. Look, that truck over there. What's he doing?
It was windy. And the cars were everywhere on Saturday driving back.
And what Dunaway likes to do is let the other driver know they have done something wrong.
Well, I'll hook a horn.
He'll honk a horn, and
That'll get you in trouble one day.
And you know what he does too, Rockstar? Like if somebody's, and I hate people that clog up. I hate it when people clog up the left lane. I try to get around them. Dunaway's going to give them the look too. He does the.
I just look. I want to know what's going on. You may be having a heart attack in there.
He'll lean up. He'll give them.
You may be eating.
He'll
have a firearm and they'd be pissed off.
He wants them to know you have screwed up.
As we were making the turn off of 280, because crazy things can happen on 280. So I'm basically making the turn to safe road up here to Double Down Media. I did point out. Did you notice the spacing I had behind the cars all the way up there, all the way back? I was still able to drive fast.
Yeah. Jim also, as a driver, is passive aggressive.
Yeah, but I left enough room between like me and Lunsford There was about that much room between the car in front of me all the way up and back.
Yeah, I don't like riding that way. I like having a little urgency.
I'm kind of in between you.
Jim's just a little too careful and safe. And the other thing Jim likes to do is respond to every single text he gets.
I do.
Every single one on voice.
And the problem is it's voice texting because I drive responsibly.
Yeah.
Somebody responds.
Brown. Yeah, the old ring doorbell.
But
somebody checks their phone constantly.
It's like a song going, respond to text. Would you like to respond to the text? Yes. What would you like to say? I enjoyed our time together too, period. I hope we could get together again, ! Please be safe and let me know you made it back okay, ! Did you mean to say, let's go to lunch this week? No, do it again. Would you like to do the text again?
It's true.
That's when I put headphones in.
Rockstar, it was
I'm done.
whole drive.
Well, I'll tell you what, you don't have to worry about it ever again.
Well, again, remember,
I knew I could get it.
My last drive with him, the ring doorbell hits. Hey man, what's up?
Yeah.
This is going 85 or 90.
Yeah, on the bumper of somebody.
Yeah. Hey, and then there's a delay. We need to get in to check your shower out. Wait, there's nobody there right now. Can you go downstairs? And this is like eye-to-eye contact the whole way.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all don't have to ride with me.
Yeah. I'm just saying you, like most of your life, don't think you do anything wrong while other people do.
I accept I do something wrong, but you do as well. That's the only point. I just wanted to point that out.
Yo's first Elite 8 fight.
It's a Sweet 16 fight, right?
Sorry. So close.
Much like most of the times I've gone to the tournament, only a Sweet 16 fight.
we couldn't, Rockstar, we couldn't stick around to fight on Sunday.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I would just say,
go
let's
ahead.
play nice. I've got one piece of video that will never make air. Our friends at Hemp Hill.
That's a weird thing to tease when you guys are alone.
So juvenile to do that.
I learned that I am a very, very bad billiard player, pool player.
I will own that. I'm awful.
But my partner was worse.
No, I'm terrible. I am terrible at pool. I don't even mind you showing.
Have you ever been good? Like I used to be really good in college because I played a lot.
Never have I been good at pool. It is just a game I've never grasped.
Definitely a repetition activity.
Jimmy Anthony, our buddy, who was there, and his daughter and one of her friends, spouted off that they were good at. We were at a pool hall late night after the game, and one of them spouted off that they were good at pool. And nobody was on the pool table, so we were like, okay.
All right, if you're good, put your money where your mouth is. $5 a head. You're a college kid.
Hey, he'll gamble on anything. Cafe Friends on a Sunday night, he lost $3,000 on one shot to me and Young Reed.
Yeah. So Brown and me against two soon-to-be seniors in college who one admitted she didn't play pool and one thought she was good at pool. The games lasted forever, which tells you nobody was good at pool. We played 5 games. How many do you think we won, Rockstar?
0.
One. We were 1 and 4.
1 and 4.
Out of 5
against college girls.
Because they had to leave early or something like that. We'll just forfeit. We got to go.
No. We
God,
won
how
one in the
bored
middle.
were they? That shows you the power of free drinks.
We had a great time. We laughed, man. We laughed.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Laughing at how bad our shots. I'll show you.
It's funny. So you were with Morgan and I was hanging out, not with her, but Mary Caitlin was at Odie's.
Yeah.
Oh, was you really?
Wow,
Okay.
how about that?
Yeah. I was with technically Morgan's dad. So
Yeah, her father was there as well to make this
I
abundantly
know
clear.
that.
No, I'm just making it clear for the audience. Dunaway and I weren't hanging with college girls. They're girls we know the family of.
That's right.
Yeah.
The dad was there.
The dad was there.
Laughing at us and recording us as we got our ass kicked by 2 girls in pool.
There is video evidence.
And people wanting to wait to play on our table, Rockstar, who probably were good at pool, but our games would last forever because nobody would sink a ball.
Can't hit a shot. Did anybody hit the felt real quick? Like
No, we did not do that. I'm not that bad.
Did you ever aggressively put chalk on it? Because that's going to help your head.
I don't even know how it helps. It doesn't.
Dunaway brought his own stick.
That's our best and worst of the weekend. We want yours too. You can jump into the chat room. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
We'll continue with the Hemphill best and worst of the weekend here in just a second. But our Michelson look ahead, Michelson sound of the day, if you will, brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Rockstar, I'll need cut one after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses, you are wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I went in more than 2 decades ago to see Dr. Mort Michelson, who, by the way, is a pioneer in the business. First ever performed LASIK in the state of Alabama back in 1995. I got the procedure done. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. 969-8100. You can schedule that hassle-free consultation. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Here's Nate Oates after the loss on Friday and the end of the season, despite the SEC championships. A little disappointing. Here's Nate.
Got done telling the players in the locker room. I mean, we had an unbelievable year. Everybody's really disappointed in the loss. You know, it ended too soon. San Diego State's a very good team when you get to the Sweet 16. You know, all the teams are good at this point. You know, they're tough, physical, veteran group. It's a huge accomplishment to get to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, so they end up losing that game, and that's our Michelson sound of the day, and that is most everybody's worst of the weekend for most parts. Some of the best come from Auburn fans, including one guy, I think it was Troy, who said, Still never been to the Final Four, which still becomes a bragging point for Auburn fans that they've been there before and Alabama has not.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, this was as good a path as Alabama could have. Now, keep in mind, the year Alabama actually went to the Elite Eight, they had a much better path the year before to do it, and they got knocked out by Kent State. So, it's sometimes these, like Auburn's, theirs kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. I mean, you didn't look at Auburn's path. They weren't like the overall number one selecting their path.
No, wasn't Auburn a 4 that year?
Yeah, 5, I think. Okay, but, I mean, it is, so sometimes I think these Final Four runs come not when you least expect it, but when you've expected more in other years. So I think Nate Oates can get this team to a Final Four or win a national championship. This just highlights how difficult this is to do. Houston's have people. The shows like we do in Houston are having the same exact show we're having today, right? I mean, the same exact show. Alabama's not alone in this. The only difference is Houston was in the Final Four last year.
Well, the good news is outside of Brandon Miller, you're only losing Noah Gurley and
Sears.
That's
I think, maybe Sears.
Yeah, Quinterly's got a decision to make, obviously. He's got eligibility left. You'll have the transfer portal. I mean, so you don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, how many options does Quinterly have?
Yeah,
not a lot.
You don't know about the portal as well. I mean, for instance, Puff Johnson's leaving North Carolina, likely going to UK is the report. So the portal's open for anybody, and you can bounce one time and go just about anywhere. So you don't know who's going to hang around. We'll talk to Namari Burnett at some point this week. And tomorrow on the show, we'll find out if Namari Burnett plans on staying, what the mood is, and that kind of thing. So you never know what the roster will look like.
Well, and I was talking to our buddy Riley Norris on Saturday night, and he said there's a couple of big-time freshmen that are coming in for Nate this year. They're not Brandon Miller, obviously, but he said they're really good. You look at Nigel Pack, what he was able to do for Miami during this run. He's the kid that John Ruiz, who is the billionaire Miami booster, CEO of Life Wallet, he gave him $800,000 to leave K-State to come to Miami for a 2-year deal. Just adding a piece like that is gigantic.
Yeah, it's huge. And NIL money speaks. Sears is a junior. Thanks for everybody who had that quickly on memory there. So best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. Continue those. Brown will give you a couple of more as we get into that. But I do want to throw out, hats off to Jim Larinaga, who, if he wins the national championship, will be the oldest guy ever to win a national championship at the age of 73, if he's able to do that coming up Saturday and Monday in Houston. Now, he's got the tougher road. He's got to play UConn and then the winner of San Diego State, Florida Atlantic. But one of the reasons why you liked Miami at one point and you didn't put them in your 6 to win a national championship was because of Jim Larinaga.
I mean, Larinaga is that good of a coach. It's been 17 years since he took George Mason to the Final Four.
Could not believe that. I had to leave before the game was over to go to TV at 3340, and I'm listening to the very end of it on Westwood 1, and the announcer said, not only has it been 17 years, to the day 17 years since they won that game. George Mason won that game to go to the Final Four.
And one of the random things I remember before that game, the grocery store I was going in to buy food for before UConn, George Mason, because UConn – I think was a 12-point favorite. I loved UConn that day.
Yeah.
And then George Mason pulls off the upset. They get to the Final Four. They eventually lose to your national champions, Florida. But, that's one of those things. I say I'm pulling for Florida Atlantic. Larinaga at 73 years old, for what all he's done for college basketball, it would be neat to see him win one.
Part of the show brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Brown's about to read some of the best and worst of the weekend over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. But if you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, make it the University of Montevallo. Find out why they would love Montevallo. Find out why you as a parent would love Montevallo. How about a great price point when it comes to tuition and all your costs, your all-in cost to send them 4 years to Montevallo? You can get that at montevallo.edu. Let them see the wonderful student life, fraternities, sororities, 23 Division II, NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, a great theater department, and a lot more. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Michael says his best, I don't see him giving a worse, perhaps Alabama basketball. He enjoyed our conversation with Chris Stewart on Friday. Thank you very much, Michael. It was fun having Chris on. And if you didn't hear it, a lot of talk about the game, but I think it was the third segment of the last hour we got into his personal journey. There was a gentleman, and I don't know if you got to hear this. There was a gentleman who came.
We were having a pizza party.
I noticed. Yeah, I saw that pizza party done away without us here. There was a gentleman who had come to see us at O'Shea's, who had beat cancer once and it has come back. And he just doesn't know, what the long-term prognosis is going to be. And he's been an Alabama season ticket holder for 30 years, I think he told me. And he said, I just decided this postseason, we've been to Nashville, we went to the games in Birmingham, we're here in Louisville. I'm going to every game I can because I never know when it's going to be my last one. And so, Chris went and talked to the guy, and we talked a lot about Chris's personal journey there. And it's been a tough one for Chris, but he's held off.
Damn, y'all got deep on Friday.
We did. It did. It was a good conversation. I have a feeling we're going to have to come back to this. So okay. I don't want to pull the pin on the grenade here. A lot of people's worst is John Wick 4. I don't know if you saw it. I'm sure Lance did. Okay, well, we'll come back.
Yeah, obviously. Not right here. What else we got over there? A lot of Alabama, obviously. Anything else? I saw one guy griping about the NASCAR race, which was at the Circuit of Americas yesterday. Tyler Reddick wins it. It was in Austin. It's a road course. So I don't know if he was complaining about that, or I didn't get to see it, didn't watch it. Looking forward to Talladega, more of a traditional race. I'm not a huge road course guy.
Yeah, I'm not either. He said he's sick of the sport. I don't know what he's sick about. I'm not a big road course guy. I'm waiting for him to get back to the super speedways like Talladega.
Yeah. Also, best and worst of the weekend. You have several people writing in their worst of the weekend. Being Alabama, their best of the weekend. Love the Cinderella Final Four. So you get that from Cody, also from Jimmy. We appreciate you guys writing in. And a lot more of the best and worst of the weekend as we continue on throughout the show. You can put those into the chat room. The show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. We'll talk to Richard Hendrix coming up. Richard Hendrix will talk about the tournament and the disappointment for Alabama. Bromberg's, though, will never leave you disappointed.
No, Bromberg's, your diamond specialist. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. If you're thinking about popping the question, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from Bromberg's. Bromberg's also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded back in the Swiss town of Holstein in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. For more information, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Love to give you listener feedback, especially when it comes to best and worst of the weekend. Chris H. said his best of the weekend, the LSU women getting the big win, going to the Final Four. CM says his worst, the Texas loss cost him half of the Final Four. I assume he had UConn in there as well. Richard says his best of the weekend is the future of the American, with UAB, North Texas, and Florida Atlantic joining Wichita State, Memphis, and others there. And Bama Juice says best of the weekend for him is that the expectations for Bama basketball is the same of football. Wouldn't have it any other way. That is your best and worst of the weekend.
All right, we are going to Richard Hendrix. A reminder from Alabama Power, some tough storms throughout the South, and they want to make sure you stay up to date, especially during storms. Find out why your power goes out and the steps to take to get it back on safely and quickly. You can learn pointers on preparing for those storms and staying safe around electricity. That is so important. Visit alabamapower.com/storm. That is alabamapower.com/storm. Richard Hendrix, the Alabama great, now with the SEC Network. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Richard? How are you today?
Hey, guys. Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you coming back on. This is kind of a broad question, but as you watch that game, what really went wrong for Alabama?
Well, you have to give credit to San Diego State. This is a really good basketball team. As you see, they're now in the Final Four. You know, when you watch what they do on the defensive end at guarding the three-pointer and running people off the line, and then you got a real shot blocker with Mensah on the back line who can chain shot, Mountain West two-time Defensive Player of the Year, it played right into the hands of what Alabama does. You know, Alabama likes to shoot from the outside with threes, get out in early transition, and they like to get to the cup and shoot layups. So when you talk about a team that's geared up for what to do and also can slow down the pace and make you grind it out, they had the proper recipe to beat Alabama, which, you know, I think people have seen all season long. But to see them actually get it done against this really, really talented team just shows the strength of San Diego State. But a really good season for Alabama, unfortunately just short of what the goals were.
I know the best of the best have had bad games before, but Brandon Miller really had a bad tournament. Brown was bringing up earlier 8 for 41 from this tournament, and it was really capped off 3 of 19, 9.6 turnovers. Maybe the most talented player to ever suit up in an Alabama uniform. How do you explain the play of Brandon Miller?
Well, I do agree with the last part. I do think he's the most talented player that's ever suited at Alabama, personally. And I think that sometimes you do have rough games. You know, in the NCAA tournament, these are teams who are definitely good teams. They're geared up to stop you. He did have a little bit of a groin injury, which he said that wasn't too much of a factor. But sometimes, you know, you just can't find the basket. And when you play against a team that has the ability and the strength and the maturity to guard as San Diego State does, they can definitely make things difficult on you. But an unfortunate finish for Brandon Miller, but a stellar season nonetheless.
Hey, one of the questions Nate got in the postgame was about his style, if he would adjust his style of play. And I'd love your thoughts on this, because I think that's a, overreaction that, they've won some games this year, tough games, playing that style of a defensive team and playing a half-court game. So his style can win half-court games. What do you think about Nate's style, and does it need to be adjusted?
If I'm him, I wouldn't change anything. You're talking about this is the best season that Alabama has ever had. They had a lot of talent, and obviously you don't meet the expectations of getting to the Final Four, but you win 30-plus games with this style, and they do things efficiently within it, shooting threes, getting out in transition, and more than anything, the biggest part of his style is the defensive thing. He's able to lock down and has a lot of versatility and has the personnel, which is the most important thing, to play this way. Now, I would say I wouldn't change anything as far as what the results have been given it from a long-term season. But if there's anything that I would add if I was him, is just the ability to take advantage of some things in the mid-range and maybe with a post-up. Now, that might just be me from my personal preference as a style and that style of play that I played with. But when you look in the NCAA tournament, teams that are able to make deep runs, what they're able to do in the finals. Look at the last 4 teams that are standing, hitting big shots in the clutch from the mid-range, floaters, snaking the string off of pick and roll and shooting from the mid-range. Big men, like you saw at San Diego State against Alabama, knocking down 15-foot jumpers to extend the lead. When teams are running you off the three-point line and protecting the rim and not letting you get layups, you have to have a scorer shot, and that means you have to be able to knock down tough shots over contests from the 15-foot area.
Richard Hendrix is with us. If you would like to follow Richard on Twitter, you can do that at rhendrix35, at rhendrix35. He's on the johnstonrvcenter.com hotline. Even going back, though, to be fair with you, back to mid-January, you were saying on this show, some other interviews you did, I saw you quoted, that a concern for, you said one of your concerns for Alabama is they're going to run into a team where it's going to be necessary for maybe a big guy to play with his back to the basket, post up, get the ball, make a shot. And it felt like Friday night was that night. And that's just not in that offense, is it?
It's not, but it's not necessarily something that can't be added. When you talk about the talent of this team, everyone has the ability. And when I say post up in mid-range, it doesn't mean that you have to have a player, who can play with their back to the basket and out-muscle someone to get a jump hook over their left shoulder from point blank. That would be nice if you had that. But, Brandon Miller, 6'9", has so much skill, has the ability to take advantage of a mismatch and shoot over the top of someone when you need a basket. Alabama, a lot of times all season long, would have these runs where they wouldn't be able to find a basket. I called a game against Mississippi State, had a similar team as San Diego State, defensive mind. Tennessee is another one where they grind you out and they slow you down. When you go on the spells and they're not allowing you to get a clean look from three-point and they're not allowing you to get into the paint, you can stop the running droughts that you have by putting someone on your hip, turning over the shot over the top and knocking one down with a tough contest. And also it puts pressure on the defense where you can draw a foul and get to the free throw line and keep manufacturing points in the midst of you not being able to score. So that's an element that I think can easily be added without changing too much of your personnel. It's just a mentality and things that you have to work on, and all of the great teams have this dimension to their game.
Darian Trammell led all scorers with 21 points, and then he was the center of controversy at the end of the game yesterday. I'm sure you were watching against Creighton where whistle was blown, basically a second left. He goes to the line, makes 1 of 2. They ultimately win the game. We were debating earlier whether or not that's a foul based on the way officials were calling that game early. What was your take on that?
Well, I have to be honest. I was out on the baseball field with some youth. Listen, a lot of guys, when the Alabama got put out in the Sweet 16, the tournament ended for a lot of people.
I understand.
Richard's not watching anymore.
So I'm not saying I was one of them, but I did check out the recap, and I did see that play. I didn't get to see the tone of how things were going for the entire game with being called. But, you're in the clutch. You put the pressure on the defense. You got them on your hip. There was a left hand that seemed to be guiding them a little bit. I mean, the referee, I think from the look of it, made the right call. If they foul you, I don't care if it's in the first 5 minutes or in the last 5 seconds. If it's a foul, then you have to call it. And that's just what it was. I mean, unfortunately for Creighton, after a great season, you end the season at a free throw line, but you got a hand on the guy's hip. You have to have the discipline to not touch him.
I'll save you going back and watching it. That would have been a misdemeanor compared to the assault charges for the other non-calls, the other 19 minutes and 58 seconds of that contest. But that's a different subject. I want to ask you about the viewership on Saturday and Monday coming up. Everyone's talking about without the blue bloods that nobody's going to watch this or anything. Without the 1 seeds, nobody's going to watch this. Is there a part of the country you think that'll be dialed in, because usually Cinderellas are gone by now, and here we are with three Cinderellas maybe with a chance to win a national championship?
Unfortunately, I don't know if teams are going to be tuning in, without the name brands in the Final Four. I will say this: if people saying not blue bloods are not there, the last 25 years, who has the most NCAA national championships? I mean, it's Connecticut. I mean, if you want to say, are they a blue blood team? Why they're not? I mean, you talk about titles in 99, 2004. They get again in 2010, and then shortly thereafter, a few years later, with Shabazz Napier in 2014. So this is 4 titles with a chance to make it 5. So this is a program that has the lineage of getting it done. They've been pummeling teams in this NCAA tournament. I'm sure a lot of eyes in the Northeast will be wanting to see that continue to happen. But as far as the other teams are concerned, I can't see it being the viewership that it would be when you have a national championship like we did last year with the Kansas versus, North Carolina, and even some of those teams in the Final Four.
Is there a Rip Hamilton and a Emeka Okafor, a Kemba Walker, or a Shabazz Napier on this UConn team? Those are some big names right there, man.
Hey, those in college basketball, those might be some of the biggest names. So to answer that question, I would say no. They don't have that, but they play in good team basketball. They're well coached. They're physical, and they try to impose their will on teams. And when they do that, they make it very, very tough. And they've been running away with these games in the NCAA tournament. I think they definitely have an opportunity to continue to do that in the Final Four.
Richard, excellent insight. You've done that for us all season. We do greatly appreciate it. I hope you know that and how much the audience has enjoyed your time on the show. So enjoy the rest of the Final Four, and we'll catch up again soon.
Thank y'all so much.
Yep, appreciate it, Richard. Thank you. Richard Hendrix with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget, Johnston RV Center right now reminds you that we're officially in spring break. You can make every single weekend spring break. Just do it all year long. You look forward to spring break. Make it last all year with JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Things like the Decatur location, that Cherokee Wolf Pup 16 BHS Black Label. $199 a month with 10% down and approved credit. It's got solid countertops, sleeps 4 comfortably, lightweight, the bunkhouse model right there. I-65 exit 334 in Decatur. Go see things at their 304 Coleman location as well, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Justin Hokanson with us at 12 noon. Our conversation with Reese Davis a little deeper into the week as we get a chance to talk to Reese about the Final Four. Wanted to save that as we get closer to his trip down to Houston. We have some developing news in the NFL. Lamar Jackson has tweeted out today that he has requested a trade from the Baltimore Ravens. He wants out. He's not interested in staying in Baltimore anymore. That comes now on the reports that Daniel Snyder of the Commanders is willing to give Lamar Jackson his fully guaranteed contract, much like the Browns did to Deshaun Watson, and meet the parameters and the financial terms that Lamar is interested in. A side note to that is you're talking about an owner here who is willing to give somebody a fully guaranteed contract who may not even own the team by the time they kick off next year. What do you do if you're the NFL here?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question, but I would think that Bezos, when he takes this over, wants to win a championship. He's got plenty of money. You're not going to lose money on an NFL team. This is a quarterback. I mean, the best quarterback in that division right now, you could make an argument, is Jalen Hurts.
You have Jalen, you have Dak, you have Daniel Jones, and then possibly Lamar Jackson.
But I think Jalen has done more than Dak has to this point. It's crazy to say in year 2, but he's been to a Super Bowl now. With that said, I think Lamar Jackson would be probably by far the best quarterback in that division.
I don't know if this time.
What do you do if it's an out of whack contract to an owner who may not be there?
Yeah, I mean, that does, you feel like you see this a lot in baseball when owners get ready to sell teams. Sometimes they'll unload salary, sometimes they won't do anything, but they generally don't go out and do big deals because you let the other owner decide if they want to do that.
That's right.
So I don't know. I mean, part of me says, though, that if Jeff Bezos takes this team over, he's not going to get a better quarterback on the market than Lamar Jackson.
No.
Now, he could draft a better one, potentially.
Yeah, the only thing that would scare me is Daniel Snyder's making this decision, and it seems like the decisions he's made for the last couple of decades have not been good.
Now, I don't know if the timing was intentional, but something odd happened with this tweet. Lamar Jackson, when he tweeted this out, like how long ago?
Well, he said that he asked for the request on March 2nd.
Yeah, but he didn't. He tweeted this out 25 minutes ago simultaneously. And tell me how uncomfortable this must have been. John Harbaugh was meeting the media at the NFL owners' meetings. Like the media's all gathered around John Harbaugh talking about this. And apparently, from what I haven't seen the video, but from what I read, somebody says, John, Lamar just tweeted that he's requested for a trade. And Harbaugh's like, well, I don't know how I'm going to answer this one. Because he was aware of it, but he also doesn't know what he needs to say. So he's having to meet the media and dance around this. I don't know that the timing was intentional. You got to think it was intentional that he released this during the owners' meetings, right? Because he says it's March 2nd. Today's the 27th. It was 25 days ago he asked for a trade.
It is the owners' meetings, but it's also the breakfast for the AFC coaches today, where they basically sit at tables and the media that's there go and sit around the tables and they talk to the coaches.
And Harbaugh's sitting there and his quarterback just tweets out, I requested a trade.
But in my opinion, Lamar at 28 is won an MVP. I know he hasn't had a ton of postseason success, but I think he has earned at least what, and this is just what the market is right now, what Russell Wilson was paid, what Deshaun Watson was paid. He's a better quarterback than those guys.
Yeah. I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
I think he's worth two number ones.
Yeah.
I would be willing to give up two number ones and pay him a lot of money.
That makes sense. Interesting now, we've got what each conference has made. They've earned from March Madness during the 2023 cycle here. We'll get to that right after LT tells you about our friends at Slice. Some of these conferences can take a little bit of that extra cheese now and go in and get a little Slice pizza today for lunch.
After we went to a brewery on Saturday, we all decided to go to Slice Pizza, the newest location, Crestline Park. You guys will be interested to know that I ordered the Hot Mama.
Yes, sir. Good choice.
And everybody was a big fan. We did the Hot Mama, we did the Super Cheese, and we did the Wing and a Prayer. And we did the barbecue.
Yeah, four pizzas.
With the chicken.
Wow.
Yeah, we did 4 pizzas. We had a pretty big group, but just fantastic, consistent. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. Started by the Jolly Brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. They do an incredible job with it. Again, the newest location, Crestline Park, the original Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo. For more information, go online, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, the SEC ends up getting 17 units. So you get a unit for making the tournament and then for wins, I believe is the way it works. $34 million. The SEC will get a bigger payout than anyone else from the NCAA tournament. The Big 12, who had 7 teams in, 16 units, $32 million. The Big East, which only had 5 teams in, but they're going to get $30 million in NCAA money for the Big East. The Big 10 only gets $25 million with their 8 teams. The ACC gets $24 million. The Mountain West, thank you, San Diego State, gets $16 million. The Pac-12 gets $14 million. The WCC, the West Coast, Gonzaga's lead, St. Mary's, $12 million. Conference USA will get $10 million.
All thanks to Florida Atlantic.
With Florida Atlantic, yes.
It'll pretty much be the last money they ever make off Florida Atlantic, too.
That's funny that Florida Atlantic's bolting to the American, and they won't even get a cut of that money.
$8 million to the American, the future of UAB and Florida Atlantic and North Texas, who's still alive like UAB and the NIT. The Ivy and the Northeast each get $6 million. The Southland and the Southland and the Southern get $4 million. That's the breakout there. And all the other teams that just qualified without a win, they get $2 million for making the NCAA tournament. That's how that projected conference payouts for March Madness will be, and we appreciate those that cover the sport that tweeted that out, including the fine folks there at The Athletic. I just find it interesting, the money breakout and the future of the American in basketball, because they are losing some of their blue bloods that used to at one point be in the league in Conference USA with UAB, Houston, and Cincinnati. Throw in UCF and BYU, and those are the teams that are on their way to the Big 12. And that leaves behind Memphis and Wichita State. But all of a sudden, the Conference USA that is joining the American is making up a little bit of that slack, while UAB, North Texas, and now Florida Atlantic off a Final Four.
But I do want to point out that if you use this tournament as an example, and I know you can't just cherry pick it because last year's Final Four was actually a different story than this, But if you use this tournament as an example, could you make the argument that we put way too much emphasis on conference affiliation in college basketball? I mean, you look at the Final Four, it is the Mountain West, Conference USA, Big East, and the ACC, who everybody said was having the worst year in ACC basketball history.
Yeah, where's the Big 12?
Not there.
And I was
nor
sold
is
on
the
the Big
SEC
12.
or the Big 10 or the Pac-12. A lot of conferences sitting at home right now. Yet it feels like just being in those conferences gives you a boost in the NCAA tournament seeding. Now again, this is different every year. I get it, but I'm just saying you look at that sometime and you wonder. I mean, I'll use UAB for an example. Look what Florida Atlantic has done. You think UAB was better than a lot of teams that were in this tournament, but they were in a one-bid league, right?
Yeah,
and UAB didn't help themselves.
No doubt. But they did beat Florida Atlantic.
That's right.
And they played them down in Boca to the whistle. Lost, what was it, a 3-point game?
Yeah, it was a very close game at Boca. Really hotly contested close game. Now they got beat pretty badly in the conference championship
in
game.
the championship game. But Florida Atlantic and UAB, if UAB had won that game, would have both been in there. It'd have been fun to see what UAB could do. But that was my big takeaway watching Florida Atlantic win and make it to the Final Four. I was just left thinking, that easily could have been UAB.
Yeah.
That easily could have been UAB.
Well, and it's just this tournament is so much luck, too, because if we started this tournament again Thursday, only one of these teams would be in the Final Four. I truly believe that.
Well, if you started again, Florida Atlantic probably has to beat Purdue rather than Fairleigh Dickinson if you play it again.
Yeah,
well, and maybe they would have. I'm not saying.
They beat Memphis on a last-second shot in the first round by a point.
Yeah. So can they do that again? I don't know. I mean, you only have to do it once. That's the key. But you're right. I mean, it is.
I mean, do you guys agree that UConn would be the only one if we played this thing again?
It'd be the only one I'd have a lot of confidence in.
Yeah, I mean, I had them in the Final Four to start with. I would do it again. You know, it's funny that I saw on Twitter last night, some guy was upset. It's just a random fan. He wasn't like a super analyst. He says, I was so frustrated with my bracket that my family and we did a entire new bracket for the Sweet 16. On Ford.
And I still suck.
And he said, I got 0 teams in the Final Four again.
I mean, I would have been the same way, I'm sure.
I would have been too. Well, I think I would have had UConn at that point.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about UConn is that mid-season dip was so weird. And they finished, so they are your favorite now, and they finished 4th in the Big East.
Yeah, but in retrospect, how good was that Big East?
Oh,
I mean,
really
Marquette is right there, right? I mean, they're in the, Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Xavier was in the Elite 8. Or were they in the Sweet 16?
Sweet 16.
Creighton in the Elite 8. UConn is going to the Final Four. I mean, that was a good conference.
Oh, yeah. Matthew's asking a great question over here. What's Dusty May's future?
I don't know, because our buddy Chip Brown is reporting that Texas is working on a contract for Rodney Terry, the interim coach.
Which would be a horrible look if they got rid of him.
No doubt. So that's a big primo job that's going to be off the table quite soon if Chip is right. Am I right? Penn State's the only big conference job that's open right now?
Yeah, and if Matthew's right, if Florida Atlantic does really return everybody, if I can keep everybody out of the portal, I probably come back.
Yeah, I'm always going to have the Final Four on my resume at Florida Atlantic. And if I can go next year and win a game in the tournament, everybody's going to start to say, I mean, look at this guy in the postseason.
He's Brad Stevens.
Yeah, he's Brad Stevens all of a sudden. Smaller school, just winning games in the postseason. I think he'll eventually get a big job. I just think this is poor timing is in terms of getting a big job out if they're just not available.
A week ago today, I would have said take Penn State. Now, I don't think I would take Penn State.
I would not. If I'm him, I stay at FAU. Going to the Atlantic,
the American.
The American. Thank you, Jim. Going to the American, I don't know what he's getting paid right now. It's a private school. I could probably find it, but I mean, would you think they could get him to $1 million?
Yeah.
I mean, don't you think UAB is going to be paying Andy $1 million, right?
Jace says Florida Atlantic is better than any open Power 5 job.
I kind of agree
at this moment.
And I've never been to that campus. I heard it's amazing though. In Boca, have you guys been?
To Boca? No.
I think I've driven past Florida International. I think, but I mean, do you think it's easier to get Penn State to the Final Four or Florida Atlantic? I mean, you're in the Final Four of Florida Atlantic. You could coach at Penn State 15 years and never go to a Final Four.
Well, you just wonder what the NIL is.
At Penn State?
Yeah. I mean, Miami, again, this is really showing you the power of the NIL. Now, I know they were in the Elite 8 last year.
Right, but also this team was not expected to be in the Final Four. They were, not barely in the tournament, but not many people had them going very deep.
And again, Nigel Pack gets I mean, it just came out. The first time I saw it was today. $800,000 for 2 years. That's a lot for a basketball player.
Dusty May gets $390,000 a year, according to Lunsford in the back row.
It's about to go up.
Yeah. I think if he stays, it'll be right around $1 million.
Yeah, they'll have to pay him to keep him.
Yep.
Or he could go somewhere else, use that as a decision to move on. Right now, Nate has a couple of assistant openings.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see who Nate Oates fills that in. By the way, Nate Oates, you talk about being someplace you didn't expect to be on a Saturday. Lose on Friday. Saturday, he's at his daughter's club volleyball tournament over at the Crossplex in Fairfield.
You know, me and Brown, our daughters
Bessemer.
played volleyball together, and we would go to all the games, and it was a lot of fun. They were really young then. But I can only imagine the only thing going through his head, like, there's no way he was concentrating on volleyball.
No, he was probably staring at the action on the court, just thinking, what if, what if?
You had to.
Probably had his earbuds in, making phone calls to potential assistant coaches as well. All right, quick break here. When we come back, we will flip the script a little bit to Charles Barkley last night on 60 Minutes. I did not get a chance to see all the interview because of the weather coverage here locally. We had storms in the area, but we'll talk about Barkley and Kevin Durant. That feud is festered back up. That and a lot more as we get ready for the Final Four. Spring football is continuing, and everyone's trying to get their people healthy for the year to get back into the game. Precision Sports will do that for you. Wonderful folks at Precision Sports. Just think about, I mean, it's bad enough when you're an athlete, you get hurt and you start missing games. But imagine you're a grown-ass man, right? And you got to provide for the family. You got to get them to go to work. And you tweak something, pull something, break something. Precision Sports will get you back in the game.
Yeah, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you this year to start it out with less pain, schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off, make an appointment, start saving today. These guys are the best. Maybe you injured that knee getting up from the couch. You hurt the elbow in the driveway shooting hoops. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Our friends at NASCAR and the Talladega Superspeedway getting ready for the Geico 500 weekend coming up here in April, near the end of April.
I'm very excited about it. Love the Talladega Superspeedway. Do not forget to get tickets to the Geico 500. You can do that by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Add the Garage Experience passes is the best way to get the ultimate experience there. You want to see it all, right? Especially if it's your first time. Take it all in if it's your first time. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Get those garage experience. It's presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Access to the NASCAR Cup Series garage bay viewing areas, pre-race ceremonies, driver and crew chief Q&A sessions, Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane trophy photos, and much more. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, so I did not get to see the 60 Minutes broadcast. I'll go back and stream it at some point today if you guys tell me it's worth it. But Barkley was part of the 60 Minutes segment, but we had severe weather in my area, so I ended up missing that. But it'll be available on streaming. But I did see one clip where Barkley was talking about Kevin Durant and just players of this era, saying most of them, but specifically Kevin Durant, doesn't think he can be criticized. And then the 60-minute interviewer said that, do you agree with me? It's the most sensitive time for pro athletes. And here's what Barkley said. He's very sensitive, great player. He's part of that generation who think they can't be criticized. To which Kevin Durant's tweet down at the bottom says, "This ain't getting tiring, Chuck, ? I'll never respect the words that come out of your mouth, fam. Just deal with it." That Kevin Durant, after seeing the interview last night on 60 Minutes. What do you think about our friend Charles Barkley and this ongoing back and forth with Kevin Durant?
Look, Barkley is a guy that has always been, I think, opinionated is understating it. He's always going to speak his mind. I really don't think Charles cared about criticism towards him. He still doesn't care about criticism. And I agree with Charles. This is a different generation. I mean, Kyrie Irving, somebody was yelling at him. He takes time in the middle of the game last night to walk over, get security to talk to the fan, and gets the fan thrown out. To me, that's embarrassing. I mean, look, the fan, if he's being unruly, I would think other people around him would say something to security. But for that, a player shouldn't be focused on what fans are saying. There can be a level you can cross. But when he was asked about it after the game, he was yelling my name. Didn't say any context to it. So anyway, my point is...
He was yelling my name.
Yeah.
I heard him say that. I thought there's got to be more than that, right?
And so why not come out with it? Hey, he said something about my family. Whatever it is. But it sounded really weak, and it just shows you today's athlete is a lot different. Wow. And Kevin Durant is one of the most sensitive. We know that. When you're setting up fake Twitter accounts just to find out what people are saying about you and going back and forth with people about Kevin Durant, and that shows you all you need to know about Kevin Durant.
Several of you, it's going so fast in the chat room, says, thanks, Kevin Durant, for proving Chuck's point. The fact that you quickly retweet 60 Minutes.
Hey, and Jay Price, I know LeBron did the same thing as a Laker. I don't like LeBron. I have put the pause button on my Lakers.
You know who else does it is Patrick Reed. He's got the golfer that nobody likes. He's got what everyone believes to be a burner account to go back at people. I just don't understand that from professional athletes. I've got Twitter open here in the show right now. I just decided a long time ago I'm not going to let Twitter affect how I live my life, right? I'm not going to get all beat up about what somebody says about me on Twitter. I love compliments, but I'm going to try not to get too high about what somebody says about me on Twitter. It's just Twitter. Twitter is Twitter.
Right. Long time ago, like February?
No, long time ago. Like when what does that mean?
Like last month? I was just joking. You seem to sometimes, go back and forth with some people on Twitter, and I just thought.
Oh, no, I'll go back and forth with people, but I don't get. I mean, it is social media. I'm going to try to be social and talk to people, but I don't think I ever get all wound. Do you see me get wound up on there?
I was only playing with you. Yeah, I've seen you go back and forth.
Jim, don't get wound up, Jim. I'm just asking you a question.
Don't try to play like I'm getting wound up because I'm not. I love that you make this. I'm on a mountaintop with a Sherpa when it comes to social media. I see you go back and forth.
I go back and forth with people, but Twitter.
Wait, don't get wound up, Brian.
I mean, can't say anything to this guy anymore.
I am from the generation of broadcasters that are oversensitive.
Yeah, really.
I can count on my number of hands, or I can count on my hand the number of times that I've actually gone back and forth with somebody. I avoid it.
I don't argue with. I mean, I'll be a smartass on Twitter all day long. I mean, that's just kind of sarcasm and smartassery are my two love languages, Jim. I'm just saying, like, Twitter is not real life. First of all, number one. And number two,
you're quoting Barkley now.
No, I'm actually quoting Clay Travis. Clay's the one that said that the first time I ever heard it, and he's right. I'm saying it the way Barkley does. Rockstar always points out how Barkley says, so first of all, or number one, he'll say something that he'll never give you a 2, 3, or 4.
No, it'll repeat that one. If he gets that one joke that's good, he'll say it 3 times.
But anyway, no, my point is, like, I just decided a long time ago, if somebody takes a shot at me on Twitter, that person does not know me personally. They're not my family. They're not one of you guys. They're not somebody I go to church with, hopefully. They're not, so what do I care, right? And you're Kevin freaking Durant. So a fan in row 8 criticizes you on Twitter. What do you care?
Right.
Why would you care about it? You're Kevin Durant.
Yeah, one of the few times I did go back at somebody was somebody that I knew on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, it's different if it's somebody I know, and a quote I've given my teenage daughter many, many times, and if she was in here, she could finish it when I started. Never get bothered by criticism from somebody you wouldn't ask for advice, right? Never worry about criticism from somebody you wouldn't ask for advice. And I think Kevin Durant could probably do well in his life with that philosophy.
Well, and I mean, what's weird about Kevin Durant is the guy's got all the money in the world. He's one of the most talented offensive players we've ever seen in the game. I mean, live life, enjoy your career right now, and don't worry about what others are saying.
UAB's in action at the NIT coming up tomorrow night. They're out there in Vegas now, Orleans Arena. They play tomorrow night, 8:30 ESPN2 if you want to see that. Our friend Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, you may be somewhere in our viewing area in the immediate Birmingham area that had some storm damage over the weekend. We've been telling you for years to keep this number on standby. Hopefully you did that if you had the storm damage. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531, Storm Restoration Roofing. Free, no-cost roof inspection. He'll check out your roof, make sure you had no loose shingles or any bent shingles, any other damage up there that you may not be able to see. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you, especially if you're making a claim. And then he's locally owned, over 20 years. His crews are local. They'll keep you, keep you happy. The customer service is fantastic. With Greg Nelson, you can look him up. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. It's our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing.
Did you see what he also said in that interview about Michael Jordan and their relationship?
I did not. I didn't get a chance to see the interview. What is it?
Yeah, that basically, we knew Barkley told us years ago on our show, and I think it's the first place he said it, that he and Tiger Woods had not spoken personally, and they used to be tight. Like he was at Tiger's wedding.
Yeah, and there was reasons. It wasn't just Barkley.
Right. But
Tiger cut a lot of
people
he cut
off Barkley and Michael Jordan. I guess until last night, I wasn't aware that Barkley and Michael don't speak anymore.
I did know that too.
And they asked him apparently on the 60 Minutes interview about it, and Barkley says he's got my number. If he ever wants to talk, I'm here. I'm not the guy that did the cutting off. He's the guy that did the cutting off.
Yeah, I thought he told us that when we were. We had a discussion about it when we were touring his penthouse in Atlanta, and it seemed like he mentioned that. I thought to one of you, but maybe it was to me. I had been overserved. But as we were walking around, I thought he brought it up, and I think because we were talking about the golf shoes and just Nike in general, because it was Michael that gave Charles the great advice that probably changed Barkley's life forever about stock options instead of a one-time payment, right? That was Michael that gave that
play
to
the long
Charles.
game with Nike, not the short game.
That's
basically
right.
is what he told him. Yeah. But I mean,
which was life-changing advice.
Yeah.
It was at that point. Now I think TNT is probably
but
taking
I
care
bet
of
that
it.
Nike check's pretty sweet
Oh,
too.
I
Though
bet it is. Yeah.
To know that you own stock and that's coming in there once a year.
Hey, Lance.
That's good mailbox money.
That Nike money's spin good, don't it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, interesting. So that was Barkley last night. So is it worth going back and me chasing it down, the whole interview, guys?
Sounds like it.
That saw it. I'd love to go check that out. Charles Barkley on 60 Minutes. We also had the return of Secession last night, a show we're very fond of. Brown hasn't seen it yet, so no spoiler alerts, but LT and I saw it last night. What'd you think?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, again, it is flawless television. And, a lot of people, for whatever reason, don't like. Well, I had somebody tell me last night, I couldn't watch after episode 1 first season because all of these people are despicable. They are. And there was 4 of us watching it last night. Who are you most who are you most relatable to?
On the show?
Yeah, and I was like, I don't
have anybody on that
Yeah, they're
show.
all despicable.
Yeah.
But there's so many good characters. And again, I thought Greg kind of stole the show last night.
Yeah, he did.
In his awkwardness.
He did.
And again, we don't want to give anything away. Brown, you need to watch it tonight.
Oh, I'm going to watch it today. Yeah, I've got it on DVR.
I'm most relatable with Shiv. I struggle with body weight sometimes. I fluctuate depending on my camera angles. I may or may not look attractive.
She is at her top-notch weight, I think.
But biscuit in the oven right now. I don't know how long ago they filmed this.
Oh,
but
I didn't know that.
No,
Yeah,
I saw.
she's filming this season pregnant.
Oh, okay. Well,
Are they filming right now?
No, when they filmed this, she was pregnant, I believe.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
Well,
saw
that
that she
would
was
ma- that would
pregnant.
make sense.
I read the headline, didn't click on the story.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be a fantastic season, and there was a lot that got through last night.
They got to get a lot done.
Yeah.
Got to wrap this.
But, there's odds on who will die first. Nobody's ever died in this show, which
interesting.
You guys would be surprised that it's one of my top 5 of all time.
But if you watch it forever,
nobody's head gets lopped off.
You thought the old man was going very early in the show.
Oh yeah. You thought that's
Episode
what
1.
it was. Yeah. This is Succession.
He's pissing in a corner of a hotel room.
Yeah.
I assumed he was close. Yeah.
Boy, he is as feisty as ever, though.
Yeah, but Chase is right. Greg and Tom's relationship ends up being the best in the whole show.
Oh, it's the best dynamic, maybe in television history. I'm trying to think of other 1-2. I don't think anything's close. I really don't. When are we going to talk about John Wick 4?
We could do that later in the show.
Okay.
We're up against a break here, though, and we'll bring that back probably right before trash. How about that?
Okay.
We'll bring John Wick 4 back as well. Secession is back. A lot of you guys enjoyed that. I finished Shrinking, which LT turned me on. Their final episode dropped on Friday, and from the makers of what is the soccer one? Ted Lasso, from the makers of Ted Lasso. To me, the show's fantastic. It's better than Ted Lasso.
It is better than
It
Ted
was
Lasso.
tremendous show. Jason Segel just plays that character so good. All right, back to sports when we come back. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Wonderful place for you to go to pick up a steak. I'm 10 steaks up now. Rockstar, 10 steaks up.
That's a record, Jim?
That ties my record from earlier back in February.
Yeah, I've been on my most, even when you were up 10 then, it wasn't a roll like this. I mean, it's just everything is falling apart. Like, I got to pick 5 teams. 6 teams a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And my last remaining was Texas.
I mean, it really was a good group of teams. You had number 1 seed Alabama. You had number 1 seed Houston. You had Kansas. Did you have Purdue?
Yeah.
You had Purdue. You had Texas, and you had one other, Virginia, that when you picked it was sort of, they were trending well. That was sort of your wild card.
My last 2 out were Miami and UConn.
Yep. I would be sweating it right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I would have had those 2 in, I've got one playing for the national championship, and yeah, either one of those definitely favored.
Yeah,
over.
if you go back and look at the tape, I remember you Miami and UConn. I think it was UConn and Miami. I think Miami was the first one out for you. And I just don't know if they can make a run. But you even said Larinaga is such a great coach.
Yeah.
But that's why I was cheering so hard at the end of the Texas game yesterday. I was like, boy, if Texas gets bounced, I've won another steak.
Cannot believe they blew a 13-point lead. But I did stop by the New York Butcher Shop on Friday to pick up steaks for the boys before we went to John Wick 4. We watched the Alabama game, eating some of that great Angus prime beef steaks. We got the mac and cheese. We got the goat cheese, mashed potatoes on the side. They've got a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Legacy Credit Union is partnering with the Legacy for Good Foundation for a supply drive benefiting the Ronald McDonald House Charity of Alabama. Supplies include dish soap, hand soap, paper towels, and more. Visit DoSomethingGoodToday.net. That's DoSomethingGoodToday.net for a complete list of items you can donate. Donations can be made online or at one of Legacy Credit Union's 9 locations in the greater Birmingham area.
Back with you on the next round, our friends at Gutter Cap bringing you part of the show today. We'll jump into a couple of other NFL notes real quick before we get to the top of the hour and back to basketball. Coming up at the top of the hour, basketball, so you have this in your head. I want to go ahead and ask the question about Nate's style. The question was, should he change it? Richard Hendrix with a great answer on that earlier. You can go and see that wherever you get our podcast and listen to it, or also we've got it out on social media, Twitter, and on Instagram as well. If you follow us there, remember to like and subscribe. And then I'll also want to ask the question that came from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I was trying to find the person that asked the question. It was Haley. She asked the question, if Alabama had gone on to win the national championship, would there have been a cloud over this program, over that championship, because of the off-the-court incident? So we'll talk about that coming up at the top of the hour. Our friends at Gutter Cap can keep your house protected from gutter damage.
Yeah, 205-823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep that debris out forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. The last thing you want to do is get that dangerous ladder out. It's a dangerous, dirty job cleaning the gutters. Never do it again. Call today, 823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Okay, Lamar Jackson's requested a trade. We talked about that earlier. Jerry Jeudy, according to reports, the former Alabama receiver was being shopped around by the Broncos. Sean Payton says today Jerry Jeudy is not being shopped around. We're going to have Jerry Jeudy on our football team.
Yeah.
We're not shopping him around. So Sean Payton, who is an offensive guy, wanting to have Jerry Jeudy in his team. We'll see if that is the case or if he's just saying words out there. But it would be surprising to see Jeudy on the open market or part of a trade at that point.
Well, and look, and Sean Payton's quote was, he was talking about both Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton, year one and two. He said, quote, "Those are good football players. We're in the business of gathering talent right now. Why do people call? Because they know we're void of draft picks, and we might, because there were some discussions a year ago, I think, regarding Cortland, but we like the current group that we're working with." I think he wants to see what he can do with this roster first.
Absolutely. See what you can do first. And then there was the roughing the passer penalties that we had last year. One on Tom Brady was egregious. No way it should have been. In fact, that was the way I'd want you to tackle my old quarterback last year.
help him down to the ground.
Gently placed him on the ground, basically, is what they did, instead of falling on him or anything. But there were a lot of them. It seemed to go away a little bit as the season went on, but there were a lot early of those roughing the passers. The Rams are actually the ones, a team has to bring it to the rules committee for consideration. The Rams actually are the ones that put in to make all roughing the passer reviewable plays.
I'd like that, yeah.
There is no support for this, and it's not going to be changed, that coming out of the owners' meeting, that to make roughing the passer reviewable.
Well, again, keep in mind, the owners are the reason it's this way because they're trying to protect their biggest investment, which is quarterback. The fans hate it, the coaches hate it, the defenders hate it, the quarterbacks love it, and the owners love it, I think. Just one of the changes, the way the NFL officiates this is if you are in doubt, if you're the official and you're in doubt, throw the flag. Call it personal, call it a roughing the passer. If there is doubt, it's not if you see roughing the passer. If you thought you saw roughing the passer, throw the flag.
Yeah, why would you not? Because it can easily get overturned, right?
Well, that's if you have review, but you don't have review now. That's the way they officiate it now without review.
Yeah, but that's why you don't want this to go to review, because then it would be flagged all the time, and you just let it clean it up on replay.
Yeah.
And it would be too many reviews.
But boy, they miss a lot of them, and they call some that shouldn't be called.
Well, I think that is the concern, is that there's too much protection for the quarterbacks right now.
There is. Brown always makes the point, we don't want to see these backup guys, which I get.
I mean, when you got a game that is Skylar Thompson against Mike White, Dolphins-Jets, Dolphins-Jets it's borderline how many people are going to watch that anyway, but a lot fewer are going to watch it when it's a bunch of backups.
An interesting story in The Athletic about the Ravens, former Ravens, and I believe Broncos player Derek Wolfe. Do you remember that name, LT? Yeah. Derek Wolfe, who played with the Broncos and the Ravens. He had 34 sacks in 8 years in the National Football League, but he hasn't played since 2020.
I think a Northern Illinois guy, I think.
Hadn't played since 2020. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast. And he said in his career that his pregame ritual was a certain number of Adderall and a micro dose of mushrooms, that he did not play a single game in the league where he was not mixing Adderall with a micro dose of mushrooms. Now, I've never done mushrooms.
I haven't either, man. It's always been popular, but there is a new generation that is doing more mushrooms in like a liquid form.
I've always thought that it caused hallucinations.
Oh, it does.
So
that's what they're after, right?
Okay. Yeah. So is he tackling the dragon who happened to be the quarterback? I mean, how does that work?
I don't know.
A microdose obviously means a small dose, right? So he was mixing it with the Adderall. He was dipping his toe into the pool of mushrooms.
Well, I will tell you, I had never taken an Adderall. I think I've taken 2 Adderalls in my life. I was in Cabo, and it did the adverse effect to me. I got tired.
Knocked you out?
Yeah. Like Adderall, I guarantee you go to Vegas or you go to Nashville.
A lot of college students were taking it for a long period of time to be alert after a night out for like finals and
Right,
such,
yeah. But now that's what it's prescribed for, something like that. But now the abuse comes in where you'll see these girls on one of these trolley bikes or, you know, one of those buses, and they're blacked out by 5 o'clock. Well, they'll take a quick nap, pop an Adderall, and they're good all night.
Yeah.
So this guy was wired up. This is probably not good for the heart. I'm just gonna
Really?
guess.
You don't think that? Adderall and mushrooms?
Yeah. And that is the warning in The Athletic is hopefully this is not a trend that other NFL players will adopt. But I've never heard of a microdose of mushrooms before you go out there. Who is the famous pitcher that pitched was it a no-hitter on Ellis?
Yeah,
Bill Lee, right?
No, Mark Friedrich, right?
No, I thought it was Bill Lee, the spaceman.
I think it was Doc Ellis.
I think he's right. It was Doc Ellis, yeah.
Doc Ellis, the LSD.
You and I came in confident, but Jim was right.
He pitched a no-hitter on LSD, which is absolutely insane.
El Tigre says, Adderall, no thanks. Just give me the old school below.
Just the cocaine. Cocaine bear.
I would think, though, that like Adderall or mushrooms would be picked up, by the testing.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine you have to have
a prescription for the Adderall
or some trigger. You have to be testing for it to show up. So maybe now they will start. Now we got to put in flags now for microdosing mushrooms.
I mean, granted, I mean, if mushrooms show up in your system, can you not say, I had a mushroom and pepperoni pizza last night? I mean, does it not work that way?
I don't know.
Richard says mushrooms get out of your system quick. Carrie says you're not supposed to trip when microdosing.
Okay, well, that's good.
There is some microdosing.
Yes.
Michael says this segment brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks.
Just
Boy, our
hammer one of those.
They know a lot about the drug.
Well, I mean, Corey says mushrooms are organic, so I guess it's going to be tougher to show up on, some screenings. I don't know if Major League Baseball screening or NFL screening for freaking mushrooms.
Yeah, they're not. That's what I was saying. It's, so you don't. So when you're microdosing, you don't hallucinate. That was the key.
Well, that is key.
One baseball note. It's important, right?
Right.
Well,
when you're tackling the freaking mascot, that's a problem. One baseball note before we get to the top of the hour. The bases are bigger this year. Instead of 15, it's an 18-inch base. So obviously they went to Ricky Henderson, who had 1,406 stolen bases in his career.
Can't wait to hear this quote.
Yeah, no, speaking of microdosing.
Put that into context. He has 468 more stolen bases than the second all-time base-stealing leader, Lou Brock. So he broke Lou Brock's record and did it 467 more times. So no one's close to him. And he was asked about, now he had 130 stolen bases in 1982, which is more than every Major League Baseball team in recent years by himself. They asked him, with these bases and these rules, how many more stolen bases would you have had? He said easily 300 to 400.
That's Ricky.
How many times was he called out?
He didn't get called a lot.
Oh, he had 130 by himself in 1982, and I bet the ones that he got thrown out, I bet they were within that 1.5 inch.
I'm sure
that the bases have made up a difference for.
He played a long time too.
One of the greatest quotes of all time when somebody said there were reports that half the Major League Baseball is using steroids. He goes, well, Ricky Henderson's not, so you can make it 49%.
And then John Oliver. I used to play with a guy that had a helmet.
That was me, Ricky.
Yeah. You were my teammate for a year.
We were in the same locker room, buddy. All right, top of the hour here, show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. They get you into the game. MyBookie.ag, Brownie.
Yeah, we were talking about some of those lines, the games coming up over the weekend there in Houston. You can play those right there at MyBookie.ag, MyBookie.ag. Major League Baseball starting Thursday. You can play that right there. Weekly blackjack tournaments, MyBookie.ag. That's where you go, MyBookie.ag. Now, when you sign up for the first time, make sure you use the code NEXTROUND. That's going to be a sign-on bonus up to $2,000. $2,000 of a sign-on bonus up to that when you use code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. If you're just looking to have a fun time, If you're looking to make a little money, you want to put a little more, something in the game, you can do that right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round at sign up to get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000 the first time you sign up. And mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
What are you waiting for? It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there, see Sterling and the crew there, and let them hook you up for a great lunch or dinner, or get the to-go order to watch the Final Four this weekend. Champy'sChicken.com, Mississippi Delta tamales, wonderful southern fried chicken, all the wonderful sides, and had several people who went by Champy's for the first time over the last few days, and they tweeted us about that. Thank you guys so much for supporting our sponsors and also reaching out, Champy'sChicken.com. We'll get to the headlines in just a second and then get back to an Alabama basketball conversation. But when you're disappointed like I was with Alabama's loss and you're in Louisville and you'd packed to stay 4 days and you're ended up going to leave the next morning to come home, you go out and you try to find – I hate Eastern time zone, by the way. It's the worst of the time zones.
Oh, there's no doubt.
With that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pacific's right there with it, though.
Yeah, at least Pacific, by the time you do your work, you still have all night left. We finished, our detail at the Yum Center after the loss, and Browns edited it up and sent out the video. By the time we get out ready to start looking for dinner, it is already 10:10 Eastern time before we went to the first restaurant. You got kitchens that are starting to close and all that. So luckily, our buddy Jimmy found a wonderful chicken place over in the Highlands area. And it's a monsoon. It's pouring down rain. So after that, we go, I told you the story earlier, to a pool hall close by.
Were y'all just Ubering?
Yes.
Yes. So a quick Uber around basically to the back of the building to a pool hall where we go in, and Jimmy's daughter, who's a soon-to-be senior in college at Alabama, and one of her friends, started talking smack about how good they shoot pool. So these two young girls are taking on Brown and me. They beat us 4 out of 5. Not that they were good. They were just better than Brown and me. Brown had this shot not once but twice to win the game for us. It's 8-ball, traditional 8-ball we're playing. Brown's got a, what would you call this, Brown? A 7-foot putt in golf terms to win it?
Pretty much. I'd really much rather have the 7-foot putt. And before this plays, I've never made any claim that I'm any good at pool.
And I admit,
I've not played in forever.
I admit I am horrible.
Yeah.
That's a pretty easy shot right there.
Yeah,
but I was
somebody.
I was the A player on the team, but I'm pretty horrible.
Yeah, for somebody that knows how to play pool, it is, Lance. Yes.
Okay, so this is for the win. And again, Brown had this same one a different time, and we lose on both these shots. Watch this talent, this skill set.
I think she's actually laughing at us. She should be.
You're going way left.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Hey,
you hit the wrong side of the ball.
Listen to Jimmy. Listen.
Could this day get any worse?
What, was he betting on you guys?
Yes, he was betting on us, and he was an Alabama fan. Season
I
ticket
know,
holder.
I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna just judge by their reaction. He was paying them cash.
I don't know, but I paid cash because we were going $5 ahead a game, and you can see me doling out the old $5 there, Lance.
I was paying Morgan Venmo, like the kids do, Brownie. Brown, you were right, though. Brown had the same shot on another piece of video. He misses on the other side of the ball.
Overcompensated. You know the kicker that hooks one, and he comes back out for the game winner, and he's like, I ain't hooking this one.
It was between the ears for you, wasn't it?
There's no doubt. I was an NFL kicker at the end.
It was a fantastic trip up there. Go ahead, Brown.
I can't play pool. I cannot play pool. I think that video shows you. I do not make any claims. I have not played it in forever.
No words needed there, Brownie. Absolutely. Part of the show, the headlines, being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for what season is it, Brownie? Turkey?
Jimmy, it's turkey season. Turkey season right there at Nichols Outfitters. It is turkey time. That is not Thanksgiving. It is turkey season in Alabama. For all you hunters out there, no better place to stock up on your essential gear than Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Top quality firearms, camo calls, and decoys, everything you need for a successful season. Exit 242 in Pelham, NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Alabama quarterback commitment, Julian Sayin, a 5-star out of Carlsbad, California, named an Elite 11 high school quarterback. So he got that deal done. Auburn, UAB, Alabama all continuing with spring drills. UAB actually started week number 3 this morning. 4-star defensive lineman Jeffrey Rush, great name for a defensive lineman, Jeffrey Rush, 4-star defensive lineman. He has committed to go to Ole Miss. And UConn, now you're betting favorite by a lot to win the basketball national championship. They are minus 125. San Diego State 380, plus 380. Miami's plus 475, and FAU plus 650 last I saw there. Other than UConn, who would you put your money on? FAU? Just for the value?
No, probably San Diego State.
San Diego State because of the defense.
The defense, yeah. It down on ESPN2 right now, it says Fantastic Four at the top. If you would have seen that like 4 or 5 months ago before basketball started, would you have said this must be the NIT?
Yeah, absolutely. Florida Atlantic, San Diego. I would wonder maybe what happened to UConn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm like, yep, that's your NIT Final Four right there.
Why did UConn not make the tournament? Yeah. And then even in the NIT, you have UAB, North Texas, Utah Valley, and I don't know who the other one is. And Wisconsin. Yeah. How about that? I didn't know the other one. So interesting. You good? Little technical issue with the headphone? I was just wondering. We're on the 3-shot. You just wanted people to know what we were doing.
Oh, well, I'm trying to get my computer to charge. My charger's broken.
He's whittling wood over there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my computer to charge.
It was all happening below the desk. I wanted to make sure we knew what we were doing there.
Yeah.
So let's get to the conversation that what Haley asked over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Haley asked if Alabama had gone on and met expectations and won the national championship, would there always have been a cloud over this national championship title for the murder that went on back in January and all the stuff that has been discussed since that? And having spent another weekend around the national media, I think the answer to that is 100% that would always be a storyline. Maybe it'd be a tagline, maybe it'd be just mentioned in the story, but it would have always been part of the conversation about this team.
It would have been until this case plays out, trial plays out, and then, we'll see what the what other facts, come to the top and really, what ultimately happens. But if Brandon Miller is never involved in this thing again, then I think it probably, it's one of those that probably drifts away. You'll always remember the Alabama national championship, not necessarily these circumstances around it.
Yeah,
but I think it would have been a major story early on.
Yeah, I was asked today by an Auburn fan if I had read the USA Today story on Alabama. And I didn't stay in a hotel last night, so I didn't see it. But I'm assuming someone at USA Today eviscerated Alabama, either Dan Wolken or Christine Brennan or Nancy Armour or somebody, even with them not in the Final Four. So I think had they made the Final Four, it was going to be cranked to 11, yeah. And I don't know if that means a cloud is going to be over it. I don't know. But it was always going to be a storyline until this season was over for Alabama, and apparently even after it's over if something's in USA Today today.
Haley, I appreciate the question. You can always comment over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Riley says it'll be similar to Ray Rice moving forward. How that always comes back when Ray Rice is ever mentioned there.
But he never recovered. Ray Rice never played again.
Nope, he did not. The video was awful, and he never played again.
The other question that's getting asked, and it started in the post-game news conference, was about Nate Oates' system. Now, I asked this to Richard Hendrix earlier. It's a great soundbite if you want to go get it wherever you get our podcast, video and audio-wise, or on social media, Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook, where you can see what Taylor Korn has sent out from our interview with Richard. But I want to ask you guys, what do you think about Nate's system and tweaked overhaul, stay the course? What do you think of the system?
I stay the course. I mean, they score a lot of points. They didn't against San Diego State. Kids love to shoot the three ball. They play incredible defense.
Okay, say that again, because kids love to shoot the three ball. You're talking about in recruiting, right?
Oh, yeah,
it helps in recruiting.
I think it helps in recruiting. And let's not forget, if we go back to Brown's Ken Palm, Alabama was great on both sides of the court this year. So the only thing you did wrong was run into a really good defensive team and blow a 9-point second-half lead.
So there's this pervasive thought that, and I've heard this a couple times already, just after Alabama's loss, is a team that depends that heavily on the three-pointer can't win the national championship. And factually, that's just untrue. Now, some people will also add tempo. Teams that depend that heavily on a three-pointer and tempo can't win the national championship. Now, I don't have those numbers. I don't have the tempo in here, but I do have the three-point attempts. So Alabama led the nation this year in three-point attempts. All right, not a huge surprise there. 1,093 of them is what they shot. So going back to Villanova, let's start with Villanova in 2016. There have been 2 national championships since then that have been won by teams in the top 10 in three-point shots attempted, and both those are Villanova. They finished 5th in 2016. They finished 2nd in 2018. But in that time, there has only been one Final Four that didn't have a team in it that was top 10 in three-point attempts. Only one. And that was in 2017 when North Carolina, Gonzaga, Oregon, and South Carolina. Oregon was close at 18th. But every other top 10, including Auburn, who led the nation in three-point attempts in 2019, Houston last year, who was 4th in the nation, Villanova, who was 8th in 2022, or Houston 2 years ago. This year, Florida Atlantic is 6th in the nation in three-point attempts. Every year, there's a team in the Final Four that is in the top 10 in three-point attempts. I just don't think that line of thinking is true.
The defense Bobby brings up, Alabama put up the great Ken Palm stats against the SEC that was down this year when they played Oklahoma, Gonzaga. That defense disappeared.
There's some truth to that.
And they did have some defensive issues, down the stretch at times. that defense wasn't as good as it was at one point. Jeff, who's a big Alabama fan, his style is good when it's working, but obviously it can be defended easily by good defensive teams. Defend the three-point line, and the 6-foot diameter circle under the rim takes away a lot of the court versus them.
I mean, some of what Richard said. I mean, Richard's right. Alabama is not they're not a team that's got Charles Bediako's not going to post a guy up down on the blocks and back him in like Drew Timme did some, right? I mean, you saw Timme do that for Gonzaga, and he's difficult to stop there. They don't have that game. They don't have the mid-range game if the three's not working and Quinterly can't go to the basket. As somebody said much earlier in the chat room, in the Volca Tire and Automotive chat room, by the end of the game, it was either fire up a three that they weren't hitting or Quinterly driving to the basket. I mean, that was pretty much their offense late.
Well, and what they needed was Brandon Miller at 6'9". He can play like a point. He was turning the basketball over, and that's the guy you need actually going to the basket, either drawing a foul or actually making a play.
Yeah, or getting over those. I mean, they were big guys, but they were not.
They weren't as long as him.
Yeah, they weren't, 7 foot or 7'1", 7'2".
Mensa's one of those guys, but outside of Mensa, it was a bunch of 6'7", 6'8" guys.
Yeah. So you guys in the chat room talking about the style of play. Obviously, people get frustrated with it when the threes aren't going. It's been a while since they had a good three-point shooting night. But I go back, they won a lot of games when they weren't hitting threes at a record pace, when they had to play a slow-down half-court game. At Auburn was one of them against a great defensive team. Against Arkansas at home was another one. Those were tough half-court games. I remember asking Nate down in Auburn at Neville Arena after the game. I said, does a game like this get you ready for the NCAA tournament? Because Auburn forced them not to score in transition, forced them to play slower, in a half-court style. He said 100%. And they were on their way to play Tennessee after that. And remember, Tennessee did it, times 2 of what Auburn did and beat them that night. UConn sort of did it to them and beat them.
Yeah, 3 of 27, though, if you're playing quality, it's going to be hard to win it that way.
Yeah, they were 3 of something against Arkansas.
They were.
And won like an 8, still scored in the 80s.
Yeah,
like
but I think
86 game or something.
Yeah, it was a very tight game. It was a tight home win. Is Arkansas as good as San Diego State? Probably not. San Diego State appears to be the better of the two teams. So, again, you got to remember that is now a Final Four team. So if you're going to go 3 of 27 from beyond the arc, you're probably not beating a Final Four team. I don't care what else you do.
More in just a second on this topic. The next round brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is aged in new European oak barrels, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. It's crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Ask for it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. You'll thank us later. Jeff comes back with a second message saying, let it ride, but learn to adapt if needed. Like when Q gets blocked 120 times, try something else.
He would not stop, would he?
Paul says we need a little more older mix of players.
Yeah, Lance brought that up, that San Diego State, what'd you say? I think 525 combined starts going into the Bama game Friday night?
Yeah, that sounds right. It's 500 plus, 530 maybe. But, yeah, amongst the 4 seniors and 1 junior starting. But how about this? There's a kid named Jordan Johnson. He plays for New Orleans. He's a junior this year. The guy made 49% of his threes. He made almost 200 threes this year. Why would you not go out and get a guy like that?
Maybe Nate will.
He may. I don't know.
Now, apparently, according to Riley Norris, our buddy that does podcasts with you, he told me the 2 guys coming in, they're not Brandon Millers, but they both can shoot it.
Yeah.
Corey, Sears and Bradley completely disappearing is the difference in the end of the year, in my opinion. Now, Sears led the team in scoring in this one, but you're right. He was not the same guy from about mid-February on, and Bradley really hadn't been the same guy since the alleged murder over in Tuscaloosa.
And Rylan Griffin wasn't the same.
He was not. Rylan Griffin, I'd have to go back and look, but for me, I think he peaked in the Auburn game. At Auburn. Rylan Griffin was really good at Neville Arena, and I think that was his peak of the season. And see, here's the thing about Bradley, too. Keep this in mind. Bradley's play fell off considerably. What did that force Nate Oates to do? That forced Nate Oates then to look at his bench and say, I'm better off starting Javon Quinterly. My backcourt needs to be Quinterly and Sears. Now, Bradley's kind of the six-man. Well, he was not the same six-man spark that Quinterly was.
He was not.
Quinterly coming off as a six-man comes in the game fresh. He's a different dynamic. You're forcing the other team now to adjust to that. So you lost a little bit of that, too.
He said Watt goes back to the Miller injury, that maybe that was what cut his speed down a little bit. Landmine believer going back, when the offense gets bogged down, Nate Oates doesn't run plays. He runs a philosophy and a concept. They practice the hell out of it, and then in the game, he gives his guys freedom to run those concepts. I wish sometimes he would draw up a play. Those comments from you over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'll do the Vulcan Tire and Automotive 4 Downs coming up in the final hour of the show. One more thing to get to here in this segment. After LT tells us about our friends at Simpio. I was on Simpio's website last night. It's so easy to use. I had to, get my W-2 over to the tax guy because it's that time of year. Real easy. It's all right there online. Boom, boom. Two couple of clicks and it's taken care of. They handle HR, payroll, everything for your business.
Yeah, it's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Again, the 4 pillars they're going to handle for you: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There is no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake Patterson and the guys, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Danny Hurley, for a moment, quit basketball. He was 20 years old at Seton Hall, and I was reading this story this morning, and 3 different national writers sat down with him. And if you don't know the Hurley family, obviously Bobby was the player at Duke. Bob Sr. is a iconic high school coach in New Jersey, or was an iconic high school coach in New Jersey. Sort of the, pick whatever state you're watching is in, the best high school coach ever in the state you're watching. That's what Bob Sr. was in the state of New Jersey. So the Hurley family carried a swagger. So Danny's playing at Seton Hall, and he's not as good as Bobby. And he's getting chants from the opposing teams, "You're not Bobby." And he's getting booed by the home folks. And it got to be so bad in 1993 that he quit basketball. And he actually called these 3 guys to lunch, the writers, and told them of what a dark place he was in, how, he was drinking too much. He was chasing other instant gratification things, and that he needed to leave the sport. And he says he locked himself in the dorm room for 2 days without coming out. Nobody in, nobody out for 2 days. And then just couldn't watch the game, couldn't do anything as he shut it down. And it was when Bob Sr. had a medical issue and had to step away from the game that they promoted the assistant, but Danny came in on the backside and ended up being an assistant coach. And that's when he found his love. He said, I couldn't watch it, couldn't play it.
Wow.
I couldn't do I hated basketball. And because I think it was Bobby that had a bad accident when he was with the Sacramento Kings.
He did. He flipped his Land Cruiser, yeah.
Right. And then, so Bob Sr. was so torn up by that, he started to have health issues. And that's when Danny got the high school assistant job to fill in. And he found his love for basketball again. 30 years later, he's got a team that could win the national championship.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Yeah. The Hurley family, very important to Nate Oates. Bobby Hurley is the one that gave Nate a chance to leave high school and get into the college ranks, and now he's helping Alabama.
Yeah, and there are not many families more synonymous with the game of basketball than the Hurley family. I mean, when you look at all they've accomplished, from dad on high school to the 2 sons at the collegiate level.
Yeah, the Berry family.
I mean, it's
a family.
Yeah, it's a basketball. It's almost basketball royalty, really.
Yeah, UConn, by the way, averaging 22.5 points of victory here. Margin of victory is 22.5 through 4 wins in the tournament. They're 2 wins away from the national championship. When we come back, we'll jump into John Wick 4, what LT and Lunsford thought of that, and we'll get to Trash, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR, coming back to Talladega in April, Brownie.
They are Jimmy Dunaway. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com is where you go to get your tickets to go see the Geico 500 weekend, one of the most fun events in the South, in the country, really. And you can see it all right there at Talladega Super Speedway. Don't forget to add the Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It is not too late to add that. You can see more about that experience at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Stay connected with Talladega Super Speedway on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, at Talladega for the latest Speedway news. But lock up your 2023 Geico 500 weekend tickets and that Garage Experience. It all starts Friday, April 21, goes through Sunday, April 23. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Back with you on The Next Round, brought to you in part by our friends at champieschicken.com. A little women's Final Four update. Caitlin Clark of Iowa against Louisville. She had 41 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, and 3 steals. She's legit. Now she likely, Caitlin Clark does, get to play South Carolina, the Dynasty, South Carolina, Maryland tonight, ESPN 6 o'clock. Winner gets Iowa and Caitlin Clark in the Final Four. Angel Reese had her 32nd double-double for LSU, getting them to the Final Four. They'll play the winner of Ohio State and Virginia Tech there. So LSU's there. South Carolina could be there from the women's. But Caitlin Clark, when you throw up a line, 41 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, and 3 steals, you think the ball touches her hand every time?
Look, I, for whatever reason, was watching one of her games, and I brought her up to you guys earlier this season, and I did have Iowa in my Final Four because of Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
I'm only going to get 2 of the 4 right, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
some upsets this year there as well.
More than you got on the men's side.
Tell us about Dr. B, and then we'll talk about John Wick 4.
Yeah, our friend Dr. B, when I started to go thin up top, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. The absolute best in the business. My hair already 14% thicker. Dr. Beckenstein, he takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Again, if you're going thin, be preemptive. You can at least maintain what you've got. Call Dr. Beckenstein today for a free consultation, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right, Lunsford, you saw it as well this weekend. You did not see it, so LT's the only one that saw it. What did you think of John Wick 4?
Okay, first of all, I stumbled into John Wick a couple of years ago, and then I started watching with the boys, and they absolutely love it, and I've been a big fan.
So you didn't watch John Wick 1, 2, or 3 in the theater?
I saw 2 and 3 in the theater.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw 1 after it had come out. So from 1 to 2 to 3, I thought they got better. And I thought 4 was the best.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
So-
People in the chat room saying it was awful.
Oh, I thought it was incredible.
Okay, so you're telling me that it's a, what's it called when it's 2 movies, 3 movies?
Franchise.
Franchise. It's a franchise that has gotten better. 1, 2,
I
3,
think it
and
has.
4.
Yeah, I really do. And I know there might be a reason. Roommate didn't like it for a certain reason. There might be a reason that other people don't like it. But for 2 hours and 49 minutes, it was nonstop action. And it's so stylistic. They introduced a couple of new assassins in there that are very unique.
Introducing from Thailand.
I thought it was incredible. I mean, I really did. Really, I'm trying to think. 2023 has been pretty early. And I'm trying to think of a movie that I've seen. It's definitely better than Cocaine Bear.
Oh, really?
Although I've seen Cocaine Bear 3 times.
Yeah.
That's more late night entertainment stuff.
Jay Price says John Wick 4 is like an 80s action movie. Did you get that vibe?
Yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, look, it's over the top. So if you've never seen John Wick and you just watch that and you're not really used to it, you're gonna be like, what in the hell is going on? I mean, the body count is ridiculous. I think he takes out 82 himself in this movie.
Bobby says I saw people on Twitter saying John Wick 4 is the perfect action movie, the best they've ever seen. Does Lunsford still think Barbie is going to outdraw it in the box office? Barbie, what do you think, Lunsford?
I mean, we'll see how the second weekend does because there's going to be big movies coming out every week now for a while. But what's going to hurt Barbie is it's coming out the same weekend as Oppenheimer. It's going to hurt Oppenheimer, too. I mean, 2 very different movies, but movie aficionados will see both.
I cannot believe that the people that did Oppenheimer are like, oh, God, we're coming out the same week as Barbie.
That'd be Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, I mean, you think
Barbie
Christopher
will
Nolan?
do better than Oppenheimer that weekend.
You think Barbie will do better than Oppenheimer?
Yeah,
probably
Oppenheimer
right.
is a much smaller crowd than Barbie has.
Do you think Christopher Nolan and the people behind that movie are like, let's see, which weekend? Oh, we'll go up against Barbie. We'll take that one. Check.
No, but Lunsford's probably right. We live in the dumbest era in world history. More people will go see Barbie than Oppenheimer. He's right about that.
Yeah, but Barbie's not going to outdraw John Wick.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know. Barbie, I've never seen a John Wick. Barbie has me written all over it. Who's in it?
Oh, Barbie, it's Margot Robbie's Barbie. Ryan Gosling is one of the Kens. The guy that played Shang-Chi is one.
Check.
One of the Kens?
One of the kids. We
Well,
got
the whole thing
multiple
is
kids,
there's
right?
like Kens of different races and stuff like that, like just like how the Barbies are.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is, I mean, I don't know what the story actually is, but I just know they've cast people as
Let's
each
just
one.
go opening month. I'll do steak on John Wick 4. You do steak on Barbie.
Opening month.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
first 4 weeks.
Thank you for the month
but
definition. Of all the stuff that-
you'll be able to
of-
compute this for us, right?
of all the stuff I understand about movies, the month, the calendar. But I see what you're saying. 4 weekends is what you're saying. I will take that statement. I'll go Barbie over John Wick.
Yeah, this might be the easiest I've
Domestic
ever won.
or worldwide?
Going worldwide.
Well, that's not fair.
What's that not fair? John Wick's American.
Yeah, but John Wick's an action movie. Barbie doesn't translate across the globe.
Margot Robbie does.
Google Japanese Barbies. I mean, they've got Barbie in every country.
Yeah, but this is Margot Robbie, and this is right up the American alley. It's got to be domestic. Come on.
It's right up the American alley.
Yeah, Barbie. I mean, it's Gosling
American icon.
and Margot Robbie. Those aren't international stars.
Margot Robbie she's Australian.
Margot Robbie's Australian. So.
It doesn't matter. We got to get the trash. I'll take it. We'll go international. International right there. Margot Robbie and is it Gosling? Ryan Gosling?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Barbie versus John Wick 4. Let's get to trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
A Jacksonville man just won $1 million jackpot from a scratch-off.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let our friends at Mortgage Right get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right. Their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call, like I did this past week, 205-815-9200. I got Tanner helping me out with some numbers on potentially moving. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first. British Airways customer has asked for compensation after someone died on their flight. Now, the unhappy passenger claimed that the airline has done, quote, nothing to compensate her for the, quote, extreme trauma she claims she suffered watching the person die in front of her.
Okay, now I would want, I don't know if I'd want free drink tickets. It seems like everybody should get a drink on the plane at that point.
But can you imagine somebody lost their life? Like, you're asking, like, I was inconvenienced.
Yeah, no, it does seem insensitive, but Dunaway's right. Like, if I'm the airline, I realize everybody on my flight has seen something traumatic here. I'm going to do something.
That's right. I mean, they throw, we're overbooked. How about a $500 voucher or a $400 voucher? They do that at gates all the time, and someone died on the plane.
Okay, but as this plays out, it gets really ridiculous. Okay, so in a long comment that has since been deleted from the Facebook page, British Airways Complaints Advice, the unidentified woman claims the incident happened on a December 21st flight from Jamaica to London. Now, the poster said they were flying with 5 children and their sister when the medical emergency began. Quote, a passenger directly 2 rows behind us passed away in the most horrific way, giving us the most traumatic experience during a flight. Now, directly after mentioning that the person had died, the woman complained about the tardiness of the flight. She went on to say, quote, the flight itself was just short of 3 hours delayed, which was very frustrating. The unimpressed customer complained that the delay, quote, ruined their routines and made the kids fussy. She went on to say the airline gave the family a limited amount of food vouchers that equated to only a meal. She went on to complain before lambasting the plane for not being clean enough. She says, quote, I've never in my life witnessed someone being shocked or having CPR performed, and never would have I expected it to happen on a flight returning home. Unfortunately, nobody expected this to happen.
Nobody didn't, and she has gone way overboard, no doubt. Hear me here. She's gone way overboard. She shouldn't be bitching about any of that.
She's not done yet.
Well, okay, but I will tell you, when you're getting off my plane at Dunaway Airlines, I'm sure you always want to, I'll just name it Landmine Airlines.
The slogan is,
I wouldn't look at that plane, much less get on it.
I would have some kind of voucher waiting on you, because I agree. Yeah. I mean, I'm in a capsule. Now, her bitching about the delay, I assume we had to land it somewhere, or we didn't take off or something? Is that
no, it was before takeoff. It was a 3-hour delay.
Okay, that's going to happen. So that's part of it. But on the flip side of that, I am being inconvenienced, and I am one of your customers. I wouldn't request it, but I do feel like a great company would have said, here you go. Everybody, here's $250, $500 in vouchers.
Go through his wallet. He ain't using it.
Yeah. Here's where it takes a worse turn. Another issue she had with the sudden death was it disrupted the usual beverage service.
You can't get the beverage cards.
They refuse to pass it down the line.
Keep bumping his head on the aisle. That thing takes up the entire aisle.
So you can't see anything.
She went on to say, quote, the flight services were halted, and aside from the initial meals, drinks were discontinued, so we did not receive a thorough flight experience that we had paid for. Since witnessing the death, the family has been left, quote, extremely sad, and they've experienced many, quote, sleepless nights.
I mean, it's gonna stick with you.
It is. It feels like, she's complaining about a lot of ancillary things. I agree.
I mean, she went too far, but remember how the whole country, when Damar Hamlin went down, The whole country was shaking a little bit watching that on Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
now imagine being in a tube and you can't get up and move while that's happening 2 rows behind
But
you.
do I write Monday Night Football or whatever? So like, hey, my
I need my money
routines
back.
were tarnished and everything. Like they weren't even delivering my pizza because they were delayed. Like you owe me something.
I need my monthly cable pay because ESPN showed DeMar Hamlin almost died.
Yeah. But I'm stuck in a tube, Rockstar. I can't get away. I can't change the channel or anything. It's happening 2 rows behind me, and I'm sure they're asking everybody to stay in their seats.
Okay, Michael wants to know if Amelia Earhart flew on Dunaway Airlines.
Probably, if it hadn't existed, no doubt.
First flight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Test flight.
Here is every generation's most popular car. Gen Z, which is 18 to 24, the Toyota Camry. The younger millennials, 25 to 34, the Toyota RAV4.
Oh, Rockstar's got photos. The Camry's a classic car, Rockstar. I mean, that thing,
Isn't it like the most stolen car, too?
It is. Well, because it's also one of the most purchased cars.
Well, yeah, and I think it's one of the most reliable. I mean, most go like 200,000+
Absolutely,
miles.
And apparently easy to get into.
The RAV4 is the younger millennials, 25 to 34.
Yeah, it's more of a crossover, a smaller SUV.
Yep.
Okay.
Older millennials and Gen X, 35 to 44, the Chevrolet Silverado.
The old truck.
So it went pickup truck?
That's me at the construction site.
Gen X, 45 to 54, also the Chevrolet Silverado.
Oh, Chevy Silverado does good in that time slot, huh?
The younger boomers, 55 to 64, the Ford F-Series.
So they get older, they go to the Ford, right?
The boomers, 65 to 74, back to the Toyota RAV4.
Really? So it comes back?
Yeah, and then finally the pre-boomers, right there, 75 years old and up, the Chevrolet Equinox.
Don't know a person that owns one.
No, I
okay.
used to know a guy that it was his company car, was a Equinox, and he called it the Equivet, I think.
When did he die?
He did not die.
On a plane from Jamaica to London?
Still with us.
So I know them as catcalls. They call
Those
it here.
legs that go all the way up to your hips.
They call them wolf whistling here. Now, they go on to say men who wolf whistle or make sexual remarks to women will face prosecution for street harassment, even if they believe it is a compliment or a joke, under legal changes announced this week. Now, the Home Security.
Where is this?
It's got to be overseas, it seems like. Home Security is to toughen a proposed new street harassment law so that potential offenders cannot escape prosecution by claiming they did not realize their behavior amounted to harassment. This is really stupid.
Hey,
I just didn't know this existed
I've
anymore.
never been a cat caller, but
Yeah.
what are construction workers going to do on their lunch break?
Okay, but let's go. Anna Kate's got to walk past this construction site to get from where she has to park to where she goes to work.
Okay.
Are you okay with those
Every
guys
day.
screaming anything they want at her?
I am not, but I also don't think they should be arrested for it.
What should happen to them?
She should walk past them and ignore them.
Should you just toughen up?
Or teach a different route.
what do you
Ignore
think the success ratio is of a cat call to get the woman?
Well,
like,
very low.
Like,
very, very
who
low.
just whistled at me?
Hey!
I did.
Yeah.
Tell
I
you
thought
what.
you were pretty, young girl.
How about you meet me for drinks when you get off there, sailor?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer her just blow right past and don't give anybody time of day. I also don't think they need to be arrested. I think we're arresting too many people as it is.
The new bill.
No, shocker here. Brett says the woke society at its worst. I can see Brett being a cat caller.
A wolf whistler.
Wolf whistler.
The new bill, due for its final report stage in the House of Commons on Friday, will make it an offense to cause intentional harassment, alarm, or distress to a person in public based on their sex. Offenders will face a maximum of 2 years in jail. However, campaigners said there was a loophole in the proposals that would let offenders escape prosecution by claiming they thought their behavior was welcome, even if any other reasonable person felt it was not.
What's crazy to me, Dunaway, I'll use you an example. Say every day you walk to work and you pass an office downstairs that's filled with women that cat call you every day.
Oh.
Wednesday it stops. What did you do? Like they same girls.
You guys in a meeting today?
I was so offended, but then it stopped. They don't.
No, it's just.
But I am also a man.
That's right.
Right?
We thrive on
I
it.
think a woman too. If it was every day these construction site guys hit on me and everything, then one day it just stopped. They
Yeah.
don't even look at me anymore. I'm still gonna be a little offended that it stopped.
Absolutely right. Some women, that's okay, but some aren't. I mean, we're supposed to be better than what we are sometimes.
But it is the difference in genders that the vast majority of men would eat it up if they walked past an office full of women and all they did was
I would
eat it up. Now,
I would forget something in my car and go back
that's
and
right.
walk
Females,
back in. Yeah.
Females are just different. And that's not to say a lot of females wouldn't like it, but I think more dislike it than men would. Does that make sense?
Well, I'll give you an example. So
I think that's why, I'm correct to check my math, but I would imagine strip clubs around the country are like 9 to 1, 10 to 1 more women than male strip clubs. Because, growing up, I'd have been like, wait a second, I can take my money off. Women can tip me to dance around naked. Check. I'll take that up for a living.
God, I would love to see that.
I can't believe
First of all, bracket challenge.
What would your song be?
What's love got to do with it?
So you don't like taking off your clothes.
Back in my younger days,
you can't dance.
Back in my younger days, I had no problem taking my clothes off. And hey, who knows? Maybe in the next couple of months, I'll be willing to take my clothes off again.
So this isn't a humble brag, but it's
Got
just
to work
fact.
that in yesterday.
Yeah.
But like, you should never grope a woman in a club, right?
No way. I think
a lot of
that's
people.
pretty much a given.
That'll get you
yes.
arrested.
Right.
Well, I was in New Orleans, and this girl grabbed my junk.
Okay.
And I just kept walking.
Yeah, I mean it's.
But you're a man.
I know
Oh, I
men and
know.
women are different. I mean, society has tried to erase that, but you can't erase it. We're different genders. We're literally different
Well, that's
people.
what I'm saying. I don't know
Yeah.
how many men would have said, "Oh, I'm going to go find security."
Yeah, but if you did, I would hope she got arrested. I mean, that ought to be equitable.
It was in Razzoos, and they
Well, I know.
probably would laugh.
Yeah,
They would, but
and
I'm
you
saying
probably turned around to see what she looked like.
Oh, I did.
police
Yeah.
chief.
And if she looked different, you'd have circled back.
No, she looked good. I was with my wife, but I was just wondering.
Excuse me, sir. I did not mean to grab that.
Finally, a man named Naren has filed a lawsuit against his wife, accusing her of hiding a $53,000 lottery prize and marrying her lover.
It's a bad day, man. For the
Now,
husband.
according to a report, 47-year-old man named Naren filed a lawsuit against his wife on March 11th. The man married the accused 20 years ago and has 3 daughters together. Now, the media portal further reported that Naren was facing debt of around $58,000. They decided to move to South Korea in 2014 so they could pay the debt back. Man continued to work in South Korea, transferred about $800 to $900 per month to his family to take care of the kids. The man later found out his wife had won a 2.9 crore lottery.
It's about $350,000.
But hid it from him. The man decided to travel to Thailand on March 3rd after the accused refused to answer calls. Once reaching Thailand, he found out that she had married a police officer on February 25th.
What are you doing here?
To say, quote, I was shocked, did not know what to do. I'm disappointed. I did not expect my wife of 20 years that she would do this to me. I only had $1,800 left in my bank account because I gave money to her every month. I want to call out for justice and the money that I deserve. Now, she says she broke up with him several years before she won the lottery and married her lover.
Oh, that's going to be an important piece of evidence there.
You think that'll come up in the trial?
Call that a little misunderstanding.
Yeah. We've been done for a while, Naren. Bad name, by the way. Naren's bank account became barren. That
Hers
was a
is
direct
worse.
hit.
Hey!
Hers is Chawaweewan. Chawa. CHAWEEWAN.
Mortgage Right brings you trash, and that's trash today.
Yeah, buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit those locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds, or call 205-815-9200.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on today. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. They're celebrating 50 years right now. Wayne's wants to help you out with their wonderful backyard and front yard services, their lawn care services. They are tremendous at that. They've been doing that for several years. Their, of course, mosquito services they've been doing for several years. You can save $50 off each one of those services and throw in pest and termite as well and save all those monies all that money as Wayne's celebrates a 50-year anniversary. Use the promo code TNR, stands for the Next Round, TNR. Use that promo code at checkout. Call Waynes.com, call Waynes.com, or literally physically call them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. This is for new customers and existing customers. So either way, you can save that $50 off each service. The mosquito, the lawn care, the termite, and the pest control as Wayne celebrates 50 years. Use the promo code TNR. Call Waynes.com, call Waynes.com, or go to 866-WAYNES-1. All right, Lane Kiffin, who caught some criticism when he was flirting with Auburn down the stretch against Ole Miss, and he should have. I mean, it wrecked the end of the season for the Ole Miss Rebels, including the rivalry game against Mississippi State. There's no two ways around it. It was a big distraction. But Lane Kiffin has come out now, and he's speaking a little bit, LT. You were bringing this up before the show about what he was doing and how much time he was spending looking at the Auburn program.
Yeah, he says, look, it's the quote was, I mean, you got to decide it's your life, it's your family's life. I felt that it would have been a distraction to make this big statement 24 hours before the game and making it about me. So I thought about doing the right thing by saying, okay, I'm going to avoid making this about me. You guys go play.
Is this Lane saying this?
But just so you know, you don't have to sit here and worry about your coach is leaving tomorrow after the game or something. I'm staying. I just haven't made it known publicly. This was right before the game against Mississippi State. He went on to say, quote, sometimes there's right thing to do that doesn't always go in the right areas. He did say in his younger days that he really thought about this. He probably would have taken the Auburn job because he points out here, he said he did some research which showed the past 4 coaches at Auburn, and I think we made it 5, before Harsin all had number 1 or number 2 final finishes in the poll.
Well, Gus Malzahn lost a national championship game, so he would have finished 2.
Yep.
You go back before that, Gene Chizik won it. You go back before that, Tuberville finished 2 because they were unbeaten in 2004. Go back before that, Terry Bowden, 1993. They were unbeaten. I don't know where they finished in the polls, though. They couldn't go to a bowl game. I would think they were 1 or 2 when it was said and done that year. I guess 2. If they were 1, they'd been national champions.
1993, I think they finished number 4, Jim.
I thought I remember 4.
Yeah, that's in the Associated Press. I'd have to look at the other ones, but the Associated Press, I believe they finished number 4.
Coaches, and then Pat Dye in 1983, I think they finished 2 in 1983. So,
but the article
really 4 or 5, absolutely.
But that's pretty amazing. And his point was, Auburn is a much more proven job. Ole Miss has not done this since 1960. But really, the basis of the article was how he felt conflicted with the criticism he received from fans over those weeks.
Yeah, Ole Miss fans.
Yeah.
In particular. I want to talk more about the Ole Miss side of this after I tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. You're looking for something to jumpstart you this spring and summer on a weight loss journey? Leslie, her board-certified team can do that. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. That is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. They give you no contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. It also helps you with your blood pressure, your cholesterol, and all that. If you're getting older and starting to have a problem with that, then that ends up causing you a lot of other health problems. So get that all in line by checking out our friends at Way to Wellness. Just go to aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Say, hey, Dunaway talks about you all the time. I want to see what it's all about. Free consultation, no sign-up fees, and no contracts. It's a Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Ole Miss fans gave him hell.
Yeah, they did. I mean,
and I don't know when he's going to get that back, the goodwill back.
I mean, I think you're going to have to win a lot of games to get it back because Ole Miss fans felt like you flirted on us at the end of the year and it cost us the Egg Bowl. And it is, I guess you can never 100% prove, Lance, that that's what cost them the end of that game. But he did not look engaged in that game.
No, not at all. And it really seemed like, you guys help me remember, didn't it seem like, I do remember this for a fact, talking about the facilities leaking in.
Yep.
It was like he was taking a shot at Ole Miss while he was going through this process.
It was almost like he was building his case. Yeah.
So it looked like
and
he
you
was
can't
going
back
to leave.
those words up, by the way. You're saying it out there, so everyone else is going to use it in recruiting. They're going to be like, hey, at Starkville, we got a good roofer. We got our own version of Greg from Pell City, and our facilities do not leak, right? And
yeah.
You can't unring that bell.
You can, but I'm telling you what, he cashed in. He held Ole Miss captive a little bit, and he was able to cash in by playing two sides against one another. His perceived lead in the Auburn job and his current job at Ole Miss, and he cashed in. The way they're paying him right now, Lance, if Lane Kiffin does not get Ole Miss to Atlanta and the college football playoff, that is a disappointment based on how he's being paid.
So next year?
Oh, I wouldn't say next year,
Okay.
but I think in the very near term, Lane Kiffin, to justify what he's getting paid at Ole Miss, has to get them to Atlanta and has to get them to the college football playoff.
Well, now that we've got an expansion to 12, yes, I would agree with you. But it's not going to happen.
I would have said even with 4, that would be the expectation by what he's getting paid, but definitely with 12.
I think Lane cost himself 2 years last year. And by 2 years,
almost like starting over again.
Yeah, if he has a couple of bad years, he's gone.
Oh, you were talking about at the end, 2 years at the end. I thought you were saying he set the program back a little bit.
No. I believe that the fan base, they embraced Lane. They thought he was perfect for Oxford.
They were all in on Lane, yes.
And now I think he set himself back a couple of years.
Yeah, I think he burned a lot of goodwill, Jim. And the only way you get that back is by winning games and winning them in bunches. And that's, again, the way you're paying him, that's what you're expecting him to do.
We'll talk to Justin Hokanson next. And then after we're done with Hokanson, the second half of the next segment and the segment after that, we'll talk about each of us have come up with 5 of the biggest disappointments in Alabama sports history. And we talked about this early in the show. And after Hokanson, we're going to start talking about where this Alabama basketball season ranks of the biggest disappointments in Alabama sports history. That's part of the next hour, being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. What a great American company Adam and Chad has there when they do all of that. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill Services.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk some Auburn football who continues spring. They're now 12 days away from Auburn A-Day and what has been a very big spring. Justin Hokanson joins us in just a second after Brownie tells us about the IndyCar Grand Prix coming back to the Barber Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. It is April 28th through the 30th. You can accelerate your weekend, experience 3 days of racing, featuring drivers from the iconic IndyCar series at the Barber Motorsports Park, recognized as the Augusta of racing. Enjoy the food trucks, interactive fan zone, Ferris wheel, kids corner, and more. Tickets limited and selling fast. 15 and under, you get in free. Get yours today at IndyAlabama.com. That is IndyAlabama.com. Justin Hokanson joins us. Auburn Live, part of On 3 Sports, at _J Hokanson. Talk a little Auburn basketball and football. What is up, Hoke? How are you?
Good, guys. What's going on?
Not a whole lot. I guess let's put the cap on basketball before we move to spring football. You wrote a article the other day. Wendell Green was on the show. We asked him about his future. He didn't really commit one way or the other, said he's going to think about it. You kind of wrote an article, or not kind of, you wrote an article before that kind of looking at what Auburn can look forward to. Give me, in your gut, a key loss and a key guy that stays for Auburn.
I think a key guy that stays would be Jalen Williams. I think Janai Broome and Jalen Williams will both stay. I think Jalen is a guy that I would probably look a little bit harder at, just because Janai just got there. Jalen's been there for 4 years, and there's maybe a little bit more of, does Jalen want to move on or whatnot? And he's a more experienced player than Janai, more years in college. So I think it's safer to say Janai Broome will come back. Jalen, I think, would be the more important player to come back. He's really talented. If they can ever get the switch to flip with him to be aggressive all the time and be that guy all the time, he would be really, really good. But I think him coming back with Janai would at least give Auburn a pretty good 1-2 punch in the front court. I think a guy in my gut that will leave. I'm probably looking at Wendell or KD right now. I think either one of those guys. My gut right now, just my gut, is that I'm probably leaning more towards them leaving than coming back. But there's a lot of decisions that have to be made, and I don't think anything's been made final. And so, there's different reasons for those guys, but they're kind of on the same sort of level as for me in terms of will they go or come back. I maybe lean a little bit more towards KD leaving, but those guys are kind of in the same boat to me as whether they're going to go or come back. And I'm my gut says maybe leaning towards leaving, probably more so KD Johnson.
Alabama, Houston, Kansas, Texas, UCLA fans all really disappointed with how their season ended, not getting to at least a Final Four. But expectations you had for this Auburn basketball team, getting to the NCAA tournament, winning a game, leading at Houston, 1 seed by double digits at halftime. Is this about what you thought the ceiling was for this Auburn team, or do you think there was more?
I think it's about the ceiling. I can sort of go both ways in that you look at the way the season played out. You look at the amount of close losses. I think it ended up being about 7 or 8 losses by 5 points or less. You talk about leading Houston at halftime. So on the one hand, you look at how close they were. If they could have gotten over the hump, this is like a 23 or 24 win team. If they get over the hump in some of those games. So in that regard, you look at how close some of those were and you think, did they leave a little bit on the table? But when you talk to people that know the talent on that team the most and know the way that team was built, there's a lot of thought that they got about the most they could get out of this specific basketball team. So it kind of goes both ways. The close losses make you think there was more in the tank there potentially if they could have gotten over the hump. But I think all in all, when you look at the way the team was built, some of the flaws they had, some of the limiting factors, I don't think that they really ever found an identity. I think that coming off last year, Jabari and Walker leave, and I think they just sort of carried the same kind of mentality in, like they could just sort of go out and do what they did last year, but it was a completely different team the way they were built. So I think they struggled in terms of trying to find their identity, which is always a bad thing when you're trying to win basketball games if you don't know who you are on a night in, night out basis and stuff like that. So with all the things going on, yeah, they probably reached about their potential. You'd like to not go one and done in the SEC tournament, things like that. But overall, that's probably about what they were, maybe a couple of wins more.
We're talking to Justin Hokanson. There's no better time right now to join at Auburn Live on 3. Great offers for them to get all their premium content and, follow them with all the content they put up. Justin Hokanson is a friend of the show, and he is with us. Listen, I could talk to you about baseball winning 2 or 3 against Georgia. I could talk to you about Auburn softball sweeping Missouri. I could talk to you about Auburn equestrian winning their 5th straight SEC championship in equestrian. But let's talk about a sport that doesn't get a lot of love, college football. I like you still laugh at my jokes ever since you were an intern. So give me one big player, and I saw you write about this guy on the defensive line that the coaches are raving about. Justin Rogers. What's he bringing, and does he remind Auburn? You think he'll remind Auburn fans of some of the great D linemen in recent history?
Yeah, Justin Rogers is a guy that now Hugh Freeze and Jeremy Garrett have both really, really said a lot of good things, whether it's explosive, coachable, he's a handful, just a bunch of good things being said about Justin Rogers, the transfer from Kentucky, really the top-rated transfer in Auburn's transfer portal class, and what should be, a really important piece and probably being overlooked a tad because there was so much attention on the offensive line about rebuilding there. There's been so much attention about whether they're going to get a portal quarterback. I think Justin Rogers is being slept on a little bit in terms of the impact he could have on the team. I mean, solidifying the defensive line in the SEC is a massive deal. And so you pair him with Marcus Harris, and I think you've got the potential of a pretty good defensive front. Justin Rogers was a top 125 player by every recruiting service in the country coming out of high school 3-4 years ago. Went to Kentucky, was productive, was good, had a pretty good season last year. But man, 6'4", 320, he's got all the potential and everything you want to be a dominant defensive tackle in the SEC. He can play nose, he can play the defensive tackle position, he can play both of those. So I think he's going to be a huge part. And he's got that SEC experience. I mean, playing at Kentucky, and they played pretty good football the past few years for Mark Stoops. So he's a guy that I think you're going to look back and go, man, maybe the best transfer pickup they got to try to solidify that defensive line, stop teams from running the football, things like that. But yeah, he's apparently been fantastic, in really good shape, and paired with Marcus Harris could be a big deal for Auburn.
Justin Hokanson with us on 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com. He's on Twitter at _J Hokanson. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. True or false? Your intel tells you that TJ Finley has taken the majority of the first team snaps so far in spring.
True.
And that tells you what?
That answer.
No,
true.
I mean, it's, true. Yeah, that tells you what, Hoke?
Oh, boy.
You going true, I wanted to say permission to treat the witness as hostile.
No, I mean.
Oh, man. I think it says, Robbie's not where they want to be. I think it says Holden's not where they want to be. It doesn't tell me that TJ Finley has made such amazing strides that he's just balling out. That's what it doesn't tell me. And so I think, again, it's one of those things where Robbie's the best athlete. We know that. He's got a little bit further to go throwing the football. We know that. Holden's in there. There's maybe some other things holding him back. He's got the talent, I think, but maybe it's where his eyes are. Maybe it's just understanding the offense. Maybe it's just that type of stuff. But I think it just says TJ is kind of one of those guys, looks similar to last year, right? He does all the little things to get number one reps in practice, but we all have seen what he does in the games. So I think it's just a situation where Auburn's quarterback room it's in the same place it was last year. It's in the exact same place. And you have an offense where, you're trying to deliver the football and you're trying to make good decisions. And TJ's probably the best at that, whatever that means, relative to whatever the quarterback room is. And so he's the guy getting the reps. But like I've always said, that quarterback battle, long way from being done. As they look in the transfer portal, talk to quarterbacks, TJ Finley could still leave. He graduates in the spring. He could still go, I don't know if I'm going to be the guy. I'm going back home anyway. So there's so much that could still be decided in that quarterback room. But yeah, so far he's getting more of the number one reps. Now they rotate. Robbie gets some in practice. They've all gotten to go with the ones, but TJ's gotten probably more, and certainly more in the scrimmage. Take it for what it's worth.
When we heard from Hugh Freeze last week, he danced around. You could tell he's not pleased with his quarterbacks, and he did everything but throw them under the bus. It was basically, hey, look, this girl's got a really good personality. That's the analogy we made. So it does seem like he really wants to get a guy out of the portal. We've heard the name Grayson McCall. Are you hearing different names?
Yeah, there's different. But again, the situation they're in, and what you're. Look, let's just be real. I don't know who. I don't know all the guys, but they're talking to guys that are not in the portal right now. You have to be. That's just the nature of the game right now. So who they're talking to and I don't know, but they have to be. To me, if you want to try to improve your position at the quarterback, you have to be reaching out and doing some back channeling with guys that are not in the portal and saying, hey, what do you think? Would you be interested? Of course it's tampering, but everybody's doing it. But they have to be doing that. You can't be sitting around waiting to see who enters. You got to try to win games next fall. And so if you think there's a guy that you could, talk to their parents and say, hey, we think he'd be pretty good over here, I'm sure that's going on. It's just who do you target and who could come and things like that. But I think it's naive for us to sit here and act like that's not going on and everybody's not doing that. And I would imagine Auburn's probably doing some of that.
Hey, in Lost in Translation over the weekend, with everything going on with the NCAA tournament and myself, I missed the 4-star running back commitment, Jamarian Burnett. Tell me about him and where Hugh is recruiting right now. Rave reviews, I would assume, about his ability to recruit.
Yeah, Burnett's a really good player. I mean, was one of the top running back targets for Cornell, who is just really killing it. If you go back to Tank Bigsby, I mean, he's landed Tank Bigsby, and Jarquez Hunter was a good late addition, and Burnett. And there's a kid that slips my name that's one of the top running backs in the country next year that loves Cornell Williams. So as long as Cornell's there, they're going to get talented running backs. I think it just speaks to, I mean, the amount of high quality, high caliber kids that have come through spring practice in the last 2 weeks is incredible. I mean, it's just been a lot. I mean, you got the number 1 offensive tackle in the country who just came, is about to come back. I mean, the amount of kids that are coming, that are flowing through there and what they're saying, it's just more of an indictment on Brian Harsin. Not everybody that was on that staff. There's some guys that like to recruit on that staff, but it starts at the top. And when your head coach doesn't place the priority on recruiting, when he thinks that you got to go coach them up, and that's more important than going to actually get the talent to then coach them up, it's just an indictment on the emphasis he placed on recruiting, his willingness to go out and recruit, and the example he set from the top down. Hugh Freeze is a 180. Hugh Freeze is, recruits every day, all day. He's always, you hear stories about him walking through the and if there's a coach on the phone, man, give me the phone, boom. I mean, he wants to talk to if they recruit anybody, anytime, text. I mean, he's just always on it. Where the other coach, Harsin, was, there's times and stories where he would tell an assistant, hey, stop texting recruits, let's go talk ball.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's crazy in the SEC. So he's doing a fantastic job. His personality is perfect for the SEC and recruit. He's got that all shucks personality that will relate. And of course, the Performance Center is a huge, you're getting these kids in there and this thing's state of the art. That certainly helps. But at the end of the day, it's still relationships and playing time and things like that. And they're doing a fantastic job. I would expect, and I said it before, I think they're on their way to a top 7 class, worst case top 10 class. Just the effort and the energy they're putting in and how important this class specifically is to building the foundation. Minimum top 10, I think they're probably going to end up top 7 or better football recruiting class.
Hey, before you go, over your right shoulder on the wall, Final Four, what is that? As an Alabama guy, what is that Final Four? What is that?
Yeah. What happens is they play a tournament and there's 4 teams.
There's 4 teams.
Yeah,
left.
and they get a trophy.
Yeah.
They get a trophy if they make it. It's a pretty neat accomplishment, from what I understand.
I'd love to hang one of those on my wall someday, Hoke. Thanks for being with us, man.
Thank you, Hoke. Take care.
Yeah.
All right, Justin Hokanson @_ Jay Hokanson on Twitter, part of On 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. We're going to, Brown, you tell us about your bathroom, A+ tile, and then I'm going to unveil my, what?
I want to hear about his bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, tell me
It's
about your
good.
bathroom.
It's exciting, right? I use it all the time.
Yeah, A+ tile, just redoing your bathroom for those that are do this, and we'll continue on with the show. A+.
A+ tile and home remodeling. That is my guy, Brad. Listen, Brad Bell. My wife decided she wanted to redo our master bath quite a while ago. We've put it off. Finally, she said, we're not putting it off anymore. We're getting this thing done. And she scoured the internet. She read reviews. She talked to people. She picked Brad Bell. He came out, did an estimate. We were blown away with his professionalism, his courtesy, and also the price he quoted us, to be honest with you. And he told us up front, he's like, hey, you can go look at some of these one-day deals if you want, but I'm just going to warn you up front. These one-day fixes, they come in and they just slap a shower over the current one, which seems very disgusting. And he said, I am telling you, I see their quotes. They are a lot of times double mine, and I'm doing better work and better quality. It just doesn't make any sense why you would pay double, and he's absolutely right. So take my word for it, but more importantly, take Jennifer Brown's word for it. She's the one that did all the work here. The shower glass gets installed this week, and we'll be able to show you some before and afters. You're going to be blown away by it. Here's Brad's number, 205-422-1758. Everything from Huntsville to Mobile, Anniston to Tuscaloosa, all over Alabama, he can take care of you. Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Remodeling, 205-422-1758. If you missed that or want more information, please reach out to me. I'll be glad to help you. Brad Bell, A-Plus Talent Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
All right, so I'm going to give you my 5 just to show you what we're doing, and we'll have more conversation on the other side when these two unveil theirs. We'll have the conversation around theirs. But I would love to hear and see everybody on the Vulcan Tired Automotive chat room over there, your 5 biggest disappointments in Alabama sports history when it comes to your team, the University of Alabama. If you're an Alabama fan, I want to know where this weekend ranked. I'll give you my 5 quick without reaction from everybody. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll have a conversation. But it gives you a chance to comment. Taylor will send something out on Twitter to where you guys can, when you get home or later when you have time to think about it, send us your top 5 big disappointments of all time. For me, I'll go back to 1997 in Omaha, Alabama baseball losing to LSU in the national championship game. Really thought that was going to be an Alabama national championship. 87 hoops with Wimp Sanderson. 89 football, first time ever in Auburn. Alabama's unbeaten. Playing Pat Dye, they end up all co-SEC champions. Disappointing day there. Alabama hoops this year. And to me, the 2016 college football national championship game against Clemson, where Jalen Hurts had taken the lead and the defense just needed one stop to win a championship. One big event not on there for me, but those are my 5 big disappointments. We'll get theirs. I want to see yours, and we'll react. But that's the disappointing 5 biggest disappointments for me in Alabama sports history. We want to see yours. The show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. They'll get you into the game, Brownie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. All the big hoops games coming up this week with the NIT, and then throughout the weekend there in Houston. You can play those at MyBookie.ag. The Major League Baseball season starts Thursday. You can play that at MyBookie.ag. All the weekly blackjack tournaments they have, the football, everything right there at MyBookie.ag. Perhaps you're wanting to make a little money. Perhaps you're just wanting to have some fun, add a little excitement to games you don't otherwise have an investment in. You can do that. MyBookie.ag. Code next round gets you a sign-on bonus that first time you sign on up to $2,000. You heard me right. A sign-on bonus up to $2,000 when you use code next round. Very easy. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Back with you on the Next Round. Landmine Believer brings up a great thing, because you phrase this as disappointing, right? Biggest disappointment in Alabama sports history.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
He says heartbreaking. He says the team wasn't disappointing. They overachieved based on preseason rankings. This team was heartbreaking, not disappointing.
Heartbreaking's worse than disappointing to me.
Yeah, I'd rather be disappointed than heartbroken.
Yeah, I think heartbroken takes it up another level.
Okay. Well, he went heartbreaking, not disappointed. But we want your most disappointed top 5, top 1, top 2, whatever you have time to do. Landmine Believer drops his in. We'll get these guys. He goes 2000 football, 2007 Alabama basketball, 2022 softball, 2013 football. So that's his 4 right there. Throw yours in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. LT will have 4 downs in our next segment. The show being brought to you in part, though, by LT's friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. Man, you talk about unbelievable gifts to give to that special someone in your life. In fact, we've given a couple of people up here who work for us a little trip to Woodhouse Day Spa.
We were at dinner last night at Walk-Ons. We watched the end of Texas-Miami up there. And one of our servers was talking about she has not been on a date with her husband since February of last year. And I was hoping it was, if you switch the reverse around, I would be like, you got to get her a Woodhouse Day Spa package. You have to do something for that. It's been way too long. Anyway, if you're looking to treat that special someone to the gift of luxury, that is our friends at Birmingham's Best Day Spa, Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. Mother's Day right around the corner. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's Best Day Spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Casey Stewart, the great staff, the Next Round sent you.
Love that place, and we appreciate their friendship so much. Brown, start us off. I gave you mine going to break, and I'd love to see yours now.
Mine starts with the game that Wimp can barely even talk about, the 1990 Loyola Marymount game. Alabama playing for a chance to go to the Elite Eight for the first time in school history and play against UNLV. Now, they're going to get run out of the gym by UNLV, but it was a chance to finally break through under Wimp to that Elite Eight and get past that Sweet 16 Block A.
And I thought Wimp did such a good job at dictating the pace because up until that moment, Loyola and Marymount couldn't miss.
They could not.
They were scoring 100-plus, it seemed like, every game.
Such a good game plan by Wimp and just came up too short. Number 4, 1975, into the 74 season, 75 game against Notre Dame. Now, Dunaway's going to have to remind me here. Alabama was undefeated playing Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl, lost 13-11. Was this the Tom Clements game, or was that a different one?
No, that was 73.
Yeah.
So the Tom Clements game. That was the Orange Bowl in 75.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure Alabama was unbeaten.
They were, yeah. They were undefeated in 1974, lost to Notre Dame. Now,
I didn't feel like Alabama had a chance to win a championship.
Well, they were number 2 in the country, and what you were going to have to remind me of is...
I don't remember, because I did not remember... Go ahead, but I don't remember Alabama having... I was hoping they were going to be national champions. I don't remember them having a realistic shot.
Well, you were just going to have to remind me of Oklahoma was number 1 and undefeated, but chose not to play a bowl game. So
I don't think they chose. I think it was NCAA probation.
So Alabama beating Notre Dame, I would think they could have at least jumped Oklahoma.
I'll have to go back and look, but are you sure there wasn't a Big Ten or Pac-12 team that was unbeaten and had already won the Rose Bowl earlier in that day? Because the Orange Bowl was late, and I remember watching that game. and did not feel like Alabama had a chance to win a championship.
I'll go back and look, but Alabama was number 2. I don't know who would have jumped them if they beat Notre Dame. That's the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? The game Friday is number 3 for me against San Diego State. I still put 1987 Providence in front of this. Again, another wimp team. It was when Alabama was just Sweet 16 after Sweet 16. It seemed like it set up so well for you. You're just playing Providence, and then boom, you just get shut out. And then I think the easy number 1's the kick 6. I don't even think it's debatable, honestly. It's got to be the most disappointing game for Alabama fans. You're going to win another national championship potentially. You did everything but win that game. You lost it in the most devastating way possible.
It was so fluky to me, though. That was why I didn't put it in my top 5.
I mean, I don't know how that makes it any better.
It didn't disappoint me because I was like, damn, I've never seen that happen before.
I mean, I've never seen a guy get beheaded, but if that happens, it's going to be heartbreaking. Kick 6 is my easy number 1. I don't even think it's debatable.
Okay, my number 5 is that 87 loss to Providence, because you're right, they had a good draw. They had the SEC Player of the Year, an All-American, and Derek McKee. It almost felt like this San Diego State loss.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put, Brown does, and that's his opinion. I wouldn't put it ahead of this one because that team was not the number 1 overall seed.
Right. And I'll get to that. Number 4, the 97 College World Series runner-up against LSU, right? That was a 56-win team for David Wells, I think.
Oh, so you have that on there too?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. That team was, it was
Jim Wells.
Jim Wells, yeah.
It was to me the best team in the SEC.
Yeah.
But you make it to Omaha, and I think 4, maybe it was the year before they had 4 of the 8 was from the SEC. Baseball was really good. LSU had won it the year before. It just felt like Alabama's time.
Number 3, Cam back, 2010. Because you win that game, Auburn doesn't win a national championship.
They don't, and I debated that one, Lance. The only thing is, other than win an Iron Bowl, what does it do for Alabama more than what it hurts Auburn? I kind of approached this on stuff Alabama had in front of them and just lost.
But I still think Alabama fans probably believe that to wreck Auburn's season, Cam Newton, that year, there was so much tension that year, it felt like, between all the fan bases.
Yeah.
But, Auburn loses that game, and at halftime, I don't think anybody believed Auburn could make a comeback.
Oh, no, they look dead to rights. There's no doubt about it.
Number 2 for me is kick 6. I mean, you could easily make this number 1 as you did. Dunaway didn't have kick 6. Oh, yeah, you said.
No, I didn't have kick 6
He didn't have it on there. I'm a little surprised by that.
But again, that didn't disappoint me because, it was just such a weird ending to a team that was a good football team.
Yeah,
Didn't they go on to play for the national championship?
Yeah, Alabama, though, double-digit favorites, just the way that game ended.
You hang on that double-digit favorite and things like that a lot. I mean, Las Vegas, I see a lot of upsets. That doesn't register with me. And I understand the kick 6 probably should be on there, and I don't knock it for you guys that it definitely is heartbreaking, disappointing, whatever word you're using. And I did go into that game thinking Alabama was going to win, and I thought at the end Alabama was going to, probably win it in overtime. I kept thinking Alabama was going to win that game and probably going to be the first team ever to win 3 national championships in a row. Georgia gets a chance to do that this year. I just never look back at that team and saying, damn, I'm disappointed in that team.
And number 1 for me is the loss on Friday night. I go back to when was the last time? Maybe 2010 Kentucky, when the consensus was this team from the SEC is going to win a national championship. That's what you have with Alabama. There were what seemed like no weaknesses in this team, and as that tournament played out through the first round, second round, all the bigs were getting knocked off. The road to Houston was getting easier and easier. You had a 9-point lead with 11 minutes to go in that game, and you lose to a 5 seed in San Diego State, and I was pretty convinced Alabama was going to Houston, and I felt pretty good they were going to win a national championship.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if they're going to be in that situation again. I think Nate Oates is a hell of a coach, but it's difficult to get in that situation.
Yeah, and disappointing, part of it can be, it doesn't mean the team underachieved, is like for me with baseball, and I see Jeff there, 97 baseball was tough, but not disappointment. They won 56 games, finished second in the SEC to 57 win LSU, but losing the title game isn't that crazy. But for me, they were there to win a national championship and, one day against a team you're familiar with. I don't know what the splits were on the year between those two. So that was disappointing to me because that felt like Alabama's moment. And Jim Wells had been there the year before, that I felt like Alabama was going to do something they had not done before. I'd watched them as a kid almost win it, what was it, in 82, 83 with Roger Clemens. So I thought, okay, this was it. And that's why this one was so disappointing for me, because even more than Providence and Wimp, I felt like this team was going to be Alabama's first Final Four team. That's why it was disappointing to me. Disappointing, yeah.
Yeah. And I've been asked this a couple times, and on Twitter, they're like, you don't even remember what happened in 74. How was that disappointing to you? I'm not saying it was disappointing to me. I wasn't even alive. I'm saying what I think is most disappointing to Alabama fans there. That's why. And to go back to what you were asking, so the Rose Bowl earlier that day, number 5 USC upset number 3 Ohio State 18-17.
Right.
I don't know how the vote would have turned out, but with Oklahoma either on probation or whatever not
Had
playing
to
a
be
bowl
probation. They won the AP national championship, and USC was, I think, ended up being the coaches' national championship.
Yeah, so.
But you're right. I mean, Alabama was closer to that. I don't know why in my head I just wasn't assuming Alabama had a chance to win the championship that year. They were playing number 9 Notre Dame, and I feel like that would have screwed them somehow.
Oh, probably so. Normally you play Notre Dame, you're okay, but you're right. Notre Dame was number 9 that year. 10-2, pretty good team they turned out.
Yeah, so that's to me, the fact that they lost the 73 Sugar Bowl from the 73 season, maybe that's why I forget that next year in the Orange Bowl, that's so disappointing from that year, because they'd already claimed half a national championship, but that was such a, wait for it if you ever heard it, that was such a game of the century moment on New Year's Eve in 73.
And that was the Tom Clemens game.
Yeah, that was the 24-23 game. To me, that one was, I cried. That was the first time I cried.
Yeah, and
not in life, but over Alabama sports.
Right, and so
I've cried twice now, 73 and Friday night. No, cried a lot more.
So the next year they're playing Notre Dame again, and that's part of it too, is that Alabama, they couldn't get over that Notre Dame hump. I mean, Bear Bryant could not beat Notre Dame to save his life.
That's right. Haunted him in 1982, I think.
Yeah.
Won 78-79 national championship, and I think 1980, I call it the Blondie game, because Tony Curry or somebody like Tony Curry locked themselves into a DJ booth in Birmingham and was playing nonstop Blondie, The Tide is High, on the Friday night. Notre Dame in Alabama at Legion Field the next day, and I think the final score was 7-0 Notre Dame.
Can you imagine having to listen to that for?
Oof.
I did though. I was all in on it. I remember listening to it going to the Thompson High School football game, and when it was on, as soon as I got in the car, I turned it back on. It's still going, man.
They're still playing Blondie.
The Tide. I mean, we had beers, windows down.
Do you remember who was our publicist for a while?
Who, Blondie? Who?
Our friend Ashley
Oh,
Smith.
really?
Was she really?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so, but that game was that big a deal because that's the same year Alabama had lost to Mississippi State already on the Don Jacobs.
I don't think yet.
Yeah, they had. That LSU, the Notre Dame game, I think, was after that. I think the Notre Dame game that year was between LSU and Auburn, which is crazy to think about that you would play LSU, Notre Dame Iron Bowl.
Maybe that was the one that eliminated Alabama from.
Could have been. I mean, the one loss probably
three-peat.
didn't knock them out yet.
Yeah. So 6-3, 7-0 if that was it.
Ooh, boy, I mean, what was Bryant doing on offense? They couldn't score crap.
The great Mal Moore, I think, was the offensive coordinator.
Were they were still running the wishbone then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Walter Lewis was the guy who came in that Notre Dame game.
Alabama was number 1 in the country, lost to Mississippi State, dropped them to number 6. They climbed back to number 5, playing number 6 Notre Dame. Lost 7-0 at Legion Field.
It was such a big game.
Yeah. Played Blondie all day.
I was actually at that game as a kid.
Were you really? The 80 Alabama Notre Dame game?
Went with my next door neighbor, Bart.
Tony says his biggest disappointment was the Mississippi State women, who had made it to that miraculous run to get to the championship game, and I think Notre Dame beat them at the buzzer. Chad goes punt, Bama punt, 72, or kick 6 for him. And then several of you went to 2000 Alabama. Now, if you don't remember that team, that was 1999. They had won the SEC championship. The next year, they started off the year number 3 in the country. Was it Freddie Millins?
Yeah, 3 and out. Freddie Millins takes it to the house in the Rose Bowl. They go up 7-0. Everybody's like,
game
Heisman
over.
Trophy, national champion.
Yeah, and then Deshaun Foster ran it down their throats.
Yeah, but I mean, that season fell apart quickly.
That day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really did. And it never got, that ended up being, I think, a 3-win team. Because then they come back and lose to Vandy after that.
They lost to Southern Miss, I remember. It was a ESPN night game at Legion Field, and Southern Miss beat them pretty soundly, it felt like. Yeah, that was a disaster.
That was a bad year.
Yeah.
Lamb, I believe that was one of the Flints.
On the one who threw knives at LT. Yeah. All right, that's some big disappointments. LT has our 4 downs coming up in our next segment. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Man, we got a great opportunity to spend some time with his family up there. The Johnson family up in Nashville. They were there. Louisville. They were there for our show on Friday and just hung out with us. He bought us lunch. He bought me a cold Bud Light while the show was going on. To calm my nerves as I was anxious for the Sweet 16 game. And he was disappointed because he wasn't going to be able to stay around for the Sunday game. So he and his son were leaving to they had some I think it was a grandma or mom's birthday. They had to go to a family member's birthday on Sunday. They had to go honor the family, and there's Johnson RV is a family business. And so he wasn't going to be able to stay with his son to watch the Elite Eight game. And I texted him afterwards. I was like, well, unfortunately, Alabama's, getting out of town same time you are. You're not going to miss a game on Sunday.
You can make every weekend spring break with Johnston RV Center. You don't even have to wait for spring break to get here. Just do it all the time. They got the great lifetime warranty on all the new and used under 2 years. They're on their lot. Best deal in the state on fifth wheels, travel trailers, motorhomes, toy haulers. Still closing out the 22s. 23s arrive every single day. You can see it for yourself. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
the chat room over there on our video platforms, our Twitter feed, and also Four Downs every day, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, 4 great locations for you. Make sure you get that car in, get the battery check. If you're heading on a road trip, obviously a dead battery is not going to get there. We here on the Next Round trust our vehicles with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We encourage you to do the same. For more information on these guys, check out vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
What happens first? Texas basketball to the Final Four or Texas football to the playoffs?
So they're Texas basketball, according to all the reports, they're wrapping up Rodney Terry here. So he's about to take over.
They should.
And you know, this is a guy that does have history as a head coach, not phenomenal history.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be a bad place for them. I don't know if he's going to be long-term success. I think Chris Beard would have had this team. Chris Beard doesn't blow a 13-point lead.
He would have had him in this Final Four, yeah.
But I don't know what you do from a PR standpoint.
I would say
he looks like Gus Fring a little bit.
It does. Somebody was. It's so funny because I'm watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah. I told Jack, I was like, Jack, look up.
Yeah, there's some Gus Fring there. I think it's the glasses. Boy, if he would show up at a press conference wearing a yellow shirt and a black tie, short sleeve yellow shirt, black tie.
I'm going to say Texas basketball.
I think I would go basketball too.
Second down.
Fergie is 48 years old today. Better career, Fergie or Chris Berman?
Chris Berman. Fergie was never considered to be. There wasn't a lot of people that try to copy Fergie's style. She was following up other people's style more. Fergie's very talented. I love her. I'm not here to disparage her, as we have to do sometimes in these kind of comparisons. But Chris Berman, at his time, was very unique at what he was doing. And for a brief moment in the 90s, that Sunday night highlight show where you got extended highlights of every game was must-see television. Yeah. And Fergie's never been must-see.
I agree with that. I mean, Fergie was A-list for a little bit, though. I mean, she was able to successfully break away from the Black Eyed Peas and do her own thing.
Yep. She has a couple of really good love songs, but nothing compared to what Berman was in the 90s.
I think I would go Berman. I mean, Berman, Dunaway's right. He was the number one.
Find you a Fergie love song.
He was the number one SportsCenter guy, right? The number one SportsCenter.
Well, and he basically founded with Tom Mees and Bob Lee, founded ESPN.
Yeah. So I think you got to go Chris Berman.
I think you kind of put him on the map, so I would go Berman too.
Listen, that gets a little overplayed, I think. I mean, there was somebody that was actually paying the bills and came up with the concept and built it. Those guys were the first employees.
Yeah, but you don't have good faces. I mean, you know.
But Berman was the face. Like Tom Mees and Bob Lee were pretty boring, pretty vanilla. And Berman was a guy that was a personality.
Yeah. London Bridge and Big Girls Don't Cry, two of my favorite Fergie love songs.
Okay.
Third down.
Thought you were more of a Humps guy, but
I do love her. I love the song Her Humps.
Ooh, Her Humps. All my humps.
Rockstar and Brown's favorite Quentin Tarantino is 60 today. If I asked you better career, Tarantino or Billy Joel?
Oh, Billy Joel. It's not even close.
What do you mean it's not even close?
I mean, I don't like Tarantino movies.
Well, that doesn't mean that he didn't have the better career.
It does for me.
Okay.
I don't like his movies.
I'll take Billy Joel. I don't dislike his movies. Like some of his, I can't stand Billy Joel.
I can't either.
But I think he's had a better career.
But I don't know where you put Billy Joel. Like Tarantino right now is probably considered a top 10 director of all time.
I'm not a fan of Billy Joel. When I was having to work my way through college, doing overnights on Magic 96 or on AM 1500, we had an adult contemporary station there for a while. We changed formats a lot while I was there. There was Uptown Girls, and that genre of Billy Joel was popular then, and it played all the time on Magic 96 and that adult contemporary station. Could not stand him, which I would have to stop myself from poking my eyes out anytime that he was. I don't know. I should have done my ears. Now that I think about it.
That's true. Yeah, you still hear it.
Because I still would hear him with no eyesight.
That's right. That would have been a bad choice.
But I don't love Tarantino movies, but I like Tarantino better than Joel, but Joel's a better career.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Joel, like at the end of his career, was selling out Shea Stadium for like 2 or 3 straight nights. I don't think Tarantino could do that.
Fourth down.
I don't know how you would I don't think he's going to go on stage and do
Well,
like
if they-
seminars.
No, if they showed Pulp Fiction at Shea Stadium, like 2,000 people would show up.
That's not. That's not as crazy as we're comparing careers of people in different genres. I mean, he's just making a point that Billy Joel sold out a stadium.
Yeah, he sold out Shea Stadium. That's a big stadium.
Okay, so Mariah Carey, 54 today. Better career, Mariah Carey or Tom Brady?
Again, different genre, different sports.
Yeah,
it's
that's
hard
what
to
makes
do
it
these.
spicy, though. I like that.
Yeah.
Tom Brady, very easy.
Oh, obviously Dunaway doesn't.
No, I don't. I'm just saying you were dissing him on trying to get Tarantino to sell out a stadium.
Mariah Carey has done some good Christmas songs. Tom Brady's won Super Bowls. Give me Tom Brady.
Tom Brady's the goat at what he does.
That's right. I mean, Mariah Carey, she shows up every December. We remember she's alive.
I think you guys forget. I think Mariah Carey's got the most #1 songs ever in the history of music.
I think Tom Brady has the most Super Bowls ever.
That's true. Rockstar has made an excellent point there. You think Mariah Carey's got the most #1s of all time?
I think she does. I think she
Can
sold.
anybody name one of them?
Baby,
right now?
baby, or something like that, or something.
Because Put a Ring on It is not her.
Always
that
Be
is
My
incorrect.
Baby.
Always Be My Baby. That was
Yeah.
what I meant,
Okay.
of course.
Fantasy.
Look,
She did The Hero based on the dude that saved
Yep.
the people in the subway.
one of the best-selling artists of all time, 220 million records sold worldwide. Blah, 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 blah.
First artist to have their first 5 singles reach #1.
She holds the record for the most Billboard Hot 100 #1 singles by a solo artist, 19. Also a female songwriter, 18. A female producer, 15. Boy, I bet she's made some money.
Yeah, that's really good. It's fantastic.
Oh, that's fantastic, yeah. But
I'm
Tom
still
Brady.
going to go Tom Brady.
Yeah, me
5
too.
Grammy Awards,
Yeah.
8 Guinness World Records. I don't know what those would be. Maybe the fluctuation.
Yeah, the high pitches.
Does she have a kid with Nick Cannon? I know Nick Cannon's basically got a kid with everyone.
I think she's the only one.
I doubt he would have stopped at her. Like, I got to draw the line.
Well, they were married 8 years, though.
I don't know, man. That's
Yeah, I'd go
tough.
Tom Brady. I mean, she's won 5 Grammys. Tom Brady's won 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your comparison there.
7 Super Bowls.
7 Super Bowls.
Carson, Mariah Carey has a top 10 voice, but music is subjective. Brady's the GOAT in a sport that can paralyze you. Don't know how we had to go there, but
paralyzed.
I mean,
Yeah.
I never saw the movie The Body. Well, I guess I did see The Bodyguard, but she had a stalker, right?
That was
Kevin-
Whitney Houston.
Yeah, that's what. But I'm saying, in that line of work, you could have a stalker.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, a goose says Morgan Wallen will catch her.
Yep.
It's got to be Hot 100. I don't know if he's got 36 songs on the top 100 right now.
36.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's all he does is write songs.
I know.
And he releases them 36 at a time.
He is he's a volume shooter.
Yeah.
He likes to get
he
his shots
is.
up. Oh,
I don't know.
yeah, I know.
I don't know how he has time to do all the stuff he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet he finds it.
And technically, I don't understand how Nick Cannon had time to do all the stuff he does.
That's true.
4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com for more information. If you're heading on a road trip, whether you're going spring break a little late or not, remember, a dead battery's not going to get you there. Take your vehicle by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Tell them the next round sent you. Again, locations all throughout Birmingham. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, one more segment to go before we turn it over to you guys for the rest of the day. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, but hang around. 1 to go on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Immersive garage experience. Where do you get the best immersive garage experience in NASCAR?
I mean, really only one place I can think of, Jim's Talladega Superspeedway.
Talladega.
That'd have to be it, yes.
The Geico 500 is coming back to Talladega April 17th through the 21st, I think.
That is April 21st through the 23rd.
That was close.
Yeah, you only missed by a week.
The tailgaters will start getting there in the infield April 17th, but April 21st through the 23rd. Tell us about the Geico 500.
Yeah, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is where you can find all this information. Jim mentioned that garage experience presented by Coolray. Enhance your race weekend experience with passes to that. The most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Access to the Cup Series garage bay viewing areas, the pre-race ceremonies, driver and crew chief Q&As, Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane trophy photos, and much more. Right there at Talladega Superspeedway. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
By the way, 8:30 tomorrow night, UAB NIT out in Vegas against Utah Valley. Winner gets the winner of North Texas and Wisconsin coming up on Thursday night in the NIT Championship. Florida Atlantic and San Diego State, UConn, and Miami are the final four. Ben says, I'm sorry if I'm behind. When Alabama went up 9 with 11:30 to play, did it not feel like Nate should have called a timeout when San Diego State started making that run and we didn't call a timeout till we were down 4 late in the game there? I always wonder about saving timeouts and when you use them and don't use them. You always seem like you want to save them in football, Brownie, because of to stop the clock at the end. But basketball has so many clock stoppages.
Yep. And you get so many timeouts.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you don't get as many as you used to. You only get 3.
Yeah, I thought there should have been a timeout in there. I mean, it was a 4-minute scoring drought. They go on a 12-0 run.
I guess what I'm trying to say is in football, they're gold at the end of the game to stop a clock and maybe get the ball back.
But how many times do you watch a basketball game where you're like, God, if that team just had a timeout? I mean, you almost never see that in basketball
That's
anymore.
exactly right, because it stops.
The clock stops all the time, and you get the long TV timeouts and all that. So the two things he's being criticized for are that. I've heard a lot of criticism about that. And the Ryland Griffin foul when you're down 2 with 45-ish seconds to go on the clock.
Yeah, if you play it out.
Yeah.
If you play it out and they make a 2 or 3, now you're down 2 possessions and you've only got 15 seconds left. Yeah. So you're extending the game at that point, and you're counting on them to, you want to trade 2s for 3s at that point.
Yeah,
but you weren't shooting.
But
the
you're not
three
making
well.
threes, and that's the problem in that that philosophy.
You didn't score again, in fact, in the last 45 seconds.
Yeah, so I mean, there are a lot of people that wanted him to call a timeout right there. Being in the building, this is easy to say in hindsight. Easy to say in hindsight. In the first half, I just felt like Alabama is not winning this game, and the crowd was completely out of it. And they did come out and start that second half run, and you thought for a minute, okay, maybe
and the crowd got into it a little bit.
The crowd got into it, and it became a hostile crowd.
Because I tweeted a little bit right then. It was when they went on that run, I said, finally you can tell how many Alabama fans are in here, because they were all cheering at that point. You looked around and you're like, dang, there's a lot of Alabama fans
I know.
in here.
I mean, that was the first time I was like, okay, that when somebody had asked me, I was like, there's probably 8,000 or 10,000 Alabama fans in here based on what I just saw in that timeout. When
it didn't feel that
Dutcher
way.
had to call a timeout.
Didn't feel that way at all in the first half.
It did not at all. And I know Daniel saying, he said this for the third time apparently today in the chat room, that Griffin's foul was accidental, and I do believe that. I don't think Oates was trying to add possession. I think Griffin just thought he had a steal there.
Yeah, that was tough, though, because that was the other moment. When they get up 9, you think Alabama's going to win. Then they go on a 12-0 run. You think Alabama's done for. And then when Sears cut it to 66, I think 64, and then immediately 2 seconds after that, Griffin fouls.
Yeah.
And then it was pretty much over.
Yeah, it's academic at that point. There was another moment where, and I'm not going to remember the time and sequence, but Alabama had already trapped and I think forced San Diego State to call a timeout. And then they had the trap set again, Lance, and Sears, for whatever reason, didn't rotate down to close it out. And that's the one where San Diego State barely cleared it in 10 seconds and then got trapped at midcourt and had to call a timeout. And Oates chewed Sears out in that timeout and was pointing like we had the trap right there. So, I mean, just rare mental mistakes by Alabama in that situation, too. I mean, you got the trap set. All you got to do is get Mark Sears to come down and close out the trap, and, you force a turnover. Maybe you get called for a foul. You can force them to call a timeout, whatever the case might be. Just a, mental mistake you can't have in that situation.
Yeah. A lot of what ifs when you're the number 1 overall seed and you end up not making there. Okay, so quickly, just, before you jump into this game, anybody got FAU advancing, or do you think San Diego State goes?
I think San Diego State is just on a roll defensively. I kind of lean Florida Atlantic.
I kind of lean San Diego State.
I kind of lean San Diego State. It's just a lean, though.
UConn, Miami. Does Miami have a chance?
I don't think there's any way.
I don't think so.
I don't think. I'm surprised if anybody other than UConn cuts down the nets, and if any game is within single digits against UConn. Yeah. I'm surprised.
So UConn could be on their way to another, call them a blue blood, national championship since the turn of the century. They've got a ton of them. What would this be, their 6th or their 5th? Their 5th national championship. And Kentucky fans are up there wondering, hey, man, why not us?
Yeah, what is going on?
Why not us?
And the last time, ironically, they played for a national championship was in 2014 when Kemba Walker and UConn beat them.
When they beat Kentucky, absolutely. All right, that's the show. If you missed it in the first segment, I won the bracket challenge this year.
Congratulations, Jim.
LT finished 2nd. And for the 9th time in our 13 years, Mr. Ryan Brown.
So have you only lost twice?
I've lost twice.
Yeah, I've lost twice.
Yeah, you lost the first one and the most recent one until this year. I had a couple. I think I went back-to-back one year. And there's been a lot of Brown. Brown he's a blue blood when it comes to the bracket challenge
right.
losing.
Nobody's here more than me.
That's why he should have more say-so in the punishment, I think. Because usually it's him.
I'm the one having to do it.
All right, that's it for today. We're back with you tomorrow. We're about to record another Mystery Fifth Hour. One dropped yesterday. If you haven't seen that one or the one before, go check it out on all our video platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.